think. Hello and welcome to everybody. I hope you guys are cranking up, having a super awesome weekend for those of you that will be joining us retrospectively. Om Shanti. We've got a really lovely discussion lined up today. We're talking numbers, literally, getting the brass tacks, the receipts, on essentially on language, events, our lives, the astrotheology that's applied to us literally through our names, through when we came into this world. I think numerology and astrology are so closely aligned. You could think of them as fingers on the same hand, effectively the same organ. And got a lovely group here to get us rolling, to get our feet off the ground, so to speak. I'm not sure why we are in a vertical. There we go. That's much better. So let me go around clockwise around the table and give a hello and thanks to everybody. Socrates, that's what I call you with the unpronounceable name. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good day. Let me know from your side on YouTube. Is my volume loud? Is it soft? Is there any feedback? Is there any issue with distortion? I was having a few technical issues. I'd love
Your
to get
audio's
feedback
good now,
from
Bush
YouTube.
Whisperer. You should be fine.
People on YouTube. So going around the table, who we got in the room? We've got Indy Sage. Indy Sage is fundamentally a shadow worker, though he's also an occultist from many different directions, very much inspired by the shamanic. Lovely to hear. By the shamanic, by nature, and the shamanic spirits in nature, and has had many of these sorts of experiences. He's also very much a student of language and of anthropology. Obviously, numerology is very close to his heart. So we're going to be having a cranking discussion here. We've also got Dear Noble Intent. He's only been with us for a few sessions, but wow, he's been bringing some lovely, lovely original thought to the table. He's also very much embedded within Vedic cosmology at the moment. He's practicing his path diligently, and he comes from a background of also Western occult thought, Rosicrucian teachings, I imagine, and what became basically the body of Western egregoric occult philosophy. And he's a philosopher in his own right. Been around, had a few different experiences to tally from as well. So everybody at this table's got an interesting life, shall we say. We've also got Dear Cosmic here. Cosmic's like a modern day John Dee. He doesn't work with a crystal ball, not because he doesn't like crystals. Is that right, Cosmic?
I do like crystals. I think they do
He
look
just
cool and neat. I
doesn't
just
use
don't really
one.
need them.
So he's connecting with the Fae, but he's also writing a system, well, channeling a system, maybe not writing it, maybe channeling a system from the
technically.
Fae. And, sorry?
I said both.
Yes, he's writing down what he's channeling and I suppose interpreting it. And been working with the Fae for a number of years, coming forth with a language system, which I suppose is very much a numerological system too, in a sense, language and number being so closely aligned. And with a background also in Western philosophy, Western occult, spiritual practices. And once again, the Rosicrucian tradition, I came from there originally before I got dipped into the double dip of the Eastern schools of thinking. before I found myself in the wilds, and was inspired by a particular individual that helped me to connect with my guides. So, yeah, there we go. I'd love to go around the table and give everybody an opportunity to say a few words, an introduction, where you can find them. Om Shanti, welcome. It's an honor to be here.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Franklin. Yeah, this is going to be a great discussion today on the numbers. As Franklin mentioned, I have a background that's pretty diverse, and I've been doing shadow work since 2007. Near-death experience. I've been doing that for quite some time, and being able to pass that gift on to be able to keep it fresh in my life. I also have been studying the occult for an even longer time, and going down deeper and deeper rabbit holes with that. There's a lot of interesting things with that having to do with numbers associated with various planets and such, and colors and the sort, because part of the occult is the Babylonian mystery school, and the numbers and the letters and the symbols are a big part of that. Also, as a shaman, I've been working as a shaman for 2 decades strong, and always been versed heavily with interspecies communication, trying to be closer and closer to Gaia, and closer to my higher calling, to be able to reach out and offer guidance to others in my community and help them and be in service to them. So also with as far as numerology goes, I have a lot of information on Asian and Eastern numerology as it compares to Western numerology, which is pretty sparse when it comes to a lot of discussions about this. So I should bring something to the table on that. And I've just been doing a little homework on the origins of numbers anthropologically. So we'll talk a little bit about the history of numbers too. It's going to be fun. All right, guys, I'm passing the mic down to Noble Intent here, going around the clock.
Greetings and salutations from Mexico. Thank you for the nice introduction. Franklin, Indy, good to see you. Cosmic, it's my pleasure to be in your presence today. I look forward to the discussion. I hail from the Midwest in the United States, Detroit, Michigan, to be precise, or at least the surrounding areas anyway. And yeah, I made my exit in around 2019, and I've been seeking greener pastures, so to speak. A more, you mentioned Gaia, Indy. Yeah, I'm looking. I've been looking to get moving closer to nature, and the rewards have been great. The lessons, the teachings, it's amazing what one can learn when one immerses himself near or in nature, as I know you guys understand all too well. So at any rate, I hope I can bring some value to the discussion today. Looking forward to hearing and receiving what needs to be heard and what needs to be received. So, salut.
Hi, everybody. It's the Cosmic Prankster here, and Noble Intent, like you, I also hail from the Midwest. I live in the Chicago area, Illinois. And yeah, so I don't know. I guess with this system of mine, like there's definitely a numerological aspect of it, and that like the number 4 is a very kind of important number. It's everything in this system is kind of like a base 4 sort of like setup. But really, the actual importance of numerology itself is something that isn't really a topic of discussion amongst the Fae that I channel and I talk with, because they're kind of more about seeing like everything as multiple infinities and compressing infinities into sort of small spheres so that you can mentally comprehend them. But I'm sure I'll be able to find something interesting in the context of numerology, because I think there is a kind of a psychological reality about numbers, and there's a way that numbers shape reality and how you perceive it. So I think there's definitely still going to be some relevant stuff for me to bring to the table here.
Well, there you go. Let's roll. Lock and load, as they say. I think possibly a good place to start is to look at the different types of numerology. But before we get there into the introduction, I mean, welcome. We got Lauren in the room. We got Socrates. We got other people just in the background listening. Namaste to all of you. Feel free to come and throw your weight around in the chat room. We like a bit of chat weight. Doesn't hurt. Those questions actually inspire us. Those ideas, information presented. Often you guys are picking up on some really interesting ideas that are really inspiring, and it sort of gives us something between our teeth to run with, as it were. But yeah, as an introduction, number, number, num, name, nam, num, name, num, name, num. I think, like, when we go to the roots of language, we find number. It seems to be fundamental. And I would say that it goes back to a time before speech. And before speech, we would maybe sit and observe the stars. Namaste, Mexico. How are you? Beautiful Mexico. And we would observe the stars, and we would notice firstly that there were a lot of them, right? And then we would start to think, well, what's the relevance? Why is there this little group of stars together? Why is there a picture that we're seeing in that? Any of you that have ever seen the pictures of the stars, it's quite a mind-bending experience when you first notice that there's something going on. When you're in an altered state of consciousness, when you're seeing ether, and you look at the stars and you notice that it's like a grid. And then you notice that there's like three-dimensional shapes. And if you look at those shapes, you see those are constellations. You see, wow, this is like something big going on up here. And I'm sure that in those old times, that the earlier us were in that state of consciousness, like an innate childlike state. If you spend a lot of time in meditation or chanting mantra, and you look at the stars, you're going to not see the same stars that you see if you're being busy with a busy day. And you've just been, dealing with all the nonsense that life throws at you. Technical stuff that keeps the front wheels of the brain turning. If you've allowed the back wheels of the brain some access to get some rotation, that's when we start to recognize intuitively what we're seeing. And we notice there's some kind of a geometry present in the stars. It's an innate experience. It's not something that can be taught or shown in words. It's just a recognition. And I'm sure that the ancients would have looked at this and seen like groupings of stars and noticed, well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 stars. Okay. Then they would have looked at those and seen those 4 stars seem to be relevant. They make like a cross. Southern Cross. Then they would have looked at like those 7 stars and thought, that must be a little cluster, must be important. Then they would have looked at, this one as a group of 8 stars. And I think that numbers started by looking at the stars and then looking at certain geometric patterns that they saw in the grid of the stars and seeing them in flowers and going, hold on, that flower's got a similar geometric pattern to that group of stars. I wonder if there's an association between that part of heaven and this thing that we're seeing as above, so below. And I think there must have been some kind of a relation that would have been probably understood by the early shaman who would have been sitting, not having a normal day, contemplating, playing the drum, meditating, watching the animals, listening to the wind, listening to the ocean, just sitting in silence and dancing out all the kinks in their consciousness and getting to a very heightened state of sensitivity and awareness to be able to perceive the stars through what I would call innate childlike eyes. And those would have been the people that would have been reckoning and coming to terms with. Namaste, Vincent. I hope you're good. How are you doing? Would have been coming to terms with these numerations that they're witnessing and noticing the connections and starting to see, well, that flower has 8 petals. That flower has 5 petals. This flower has 6 petals. And so, and noticing the way certain plants grow in threes. Some plants split into 3. For example, the famous tulsi plant in India It's got 3. Then there's the other, which is called Nirkundi in some places. In Nepal, what's it called in India? The Shiva plant, which is often mistaken with Tulasi, because Tulasi is a Vishnu plant in India. But regarding these plants that have this 3. So they would have started to encode nature, I think, into a numeric system, which would have been related to the stars. And I think that must be where we started getting the idea of numbers, and then starting to notice, well, I've got 3 of these coconuts, right? And there's 3 of us. And so we've each got 1 coconut. Now there's 4 of us. That innate recognition, would also have found a way to use that knowledge in our tribal systems, starting to calculate like how much food we need to feed our tribe. How big can our tribe be? You must go. you people must go. There's not enough food here for everybody. That would have probably been a reality. What do you guys think when we go into the earlier phases of humanity?
In regards
Can
to
you
what?
hear the crickets? No, well, I mean, where numbers could have likely sprung from. Why would humans have started using numbers? What could the possible
Spot on.
logical?
When it comes to divvying up like resources and stuff, as far as like food, clothing, shelter, materials, I feel like there was a big aspect of divvying things up and having more of an awareness when it comes to more of the aspect of sharing with others in the tribe or the clan or trading with others. I think there is probably first an awareness from foraging, like how many of these berries should I be picking? Is this going to be enough? And then probably the mistake when somebody came back with not enough and there was a fight and somebody had to fight over because there was one short. And so people start to realize maybe it's important to be able to make sure we have at least the right amount.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, Indy. I also think it's kind of like when it comes to consciousness and attention, there's a kind of an economy and a kind of like a bandwidth in that, like, if you want to be in a situation where you're, surviving and living in a culture, you probably don't want to, you want all of your mental processes focused on things that you actually need to focus on, getting food, avoiding predators, making sure that, the tribe is, repopulating at a normal rate or whatever. And if you think about like counting, it takes a lot of mental effort. It takes a lot of mental space. So I feel like math is a kind of way, and numbers were probably a way to kind of simplify that process. Like, oh, I don't have to do all this counting. I can just look at this number and I'll automatically understand the idea. And in a way, it's a way to kind of like, preserve attention. It's like, okay, my consciousness has so much attention and there's so many things that can be focused on right now. But if I use something like numbers, I can kind of like compartmentalize some of that focus into this numerical system so that I don't have to use as much mental processing to think about math and quantities and stuff. And then I can use all of my mental focus to focus on hunting and foraging in a more economic and beneficial way. So I think that's the same thing with language too. I think that a lot of ways it was a way to kind of like, your brain is moving so fast and it's evolving so quickly, you kind of have to find ways to kind of simplify your understanding of things when everything is so, because without language, everything is so vague and abstract. And sure, you understand it, at an emotional level, but you may not be able to easily translate that, perception to someone, through words or in an easy way, because it's kind of difficult to convey feelings through feelings. So really, if anything, language and numbers, I think you could make the argument it's a way to kind of like save like mental bandwidth, if that makes sense. Like you're spending all this time processing information, and language is like, oh, now I don't have to process as much information to think about things like, quantity and stuff. And I can focus that consciousness and attention on other things that are either more beneficial to me, or I can start focusing on things like, spirituality and other worlds that I didn't have time to before. So that's a kind of a theory that I have in regards to why numbers are created as a way to kind of like simplify consciousness. Because I think that's kind of what we do with language. That's why we come up with acronyms for words. So you have like what's a good like the word like laser is technically an acronym. It's like long range sensor. I don't remember the name of the acronym, but the idea is you can take like a 5-word idea and you condense it into one word so that it's easier for your mind to remember. And I think with numbers, there's something similar going on here in that framework.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention that in addition to divvying up things and counting things, there was also, in addition to materials and stuff, there's also the counting of days, like in a moon cycle, from sow to harvest, to be able to know how many days we have to prepare to get ready to prepare the fields for the crops and things, and that as well. So when Franklin mentions the stars, I think that's also a big part of it, to also learn. When one is pregnant, how long does she have before the baby comes, and how long do people, how do people develop? We started to maybe like develop our correspondence with the sun cycles to understand the human development and start to count the years. And so there's also that. And also when it comes to creating things like arts and crafts and tools and shelters, I think there's a lot of numbers involved in designing and crafting things. So when it comes to like, and maybe picking flowers, would be a simple thing they started off with. That's gone back like at least 40,000 years, and probably a lot further. But that's been done ceremonially in a lot of ways by our ancestors and other hominids. But also the crafting of jewelry has found that there was.
Yeah, I think what you guys are saying is really on point and beautiful. I'm sort of looking at it like this. Something that I was listening to a while ago, which is anthropology from South Africa, where I am. And it was somebody speaking about the history of South Africa, how the races, which are the Bantu races, the Xhosa, Sotho, Zulus, how they had moved in the 1600s. We had the Bantu races coming from the north, and we had the Dutch and the English coming from the south. They pretty much arrived round about the same time. But the Western Cape, southern part of South Africa, was inhabited by the Dutch, and the north. Now, that's not to say there weren't some people living in South Africa, but the land was largely unoccupied. And there were small groups of what we call the San people, or the Khoi people, or often in South African history, archaeology, we speak of the Khoisan people. And these people were hunter-gatherers. And they were still around in the 1600s. And they were speaking that language. So when I look at this, it makes me think, well, I don't think language started with cultivation of food. I think that language started way before the cultivation of food. And I think that language evolved from numbers. That's how my perspective always looks at it. I think that it started off by beating a drum, maybe. So a group of people together beating a drum so many times means other people coming to take our woman or the grapes we've collected. Or beating a drum so much time means there's a tiger, right? Or a certain drum beat might mean that there's wild animals there, that we can go maybe get them and eat them. I'm guessing that there might have been rhythm, might have been an important part of it, and possibly that people would sit together under the stars and beat things, pieces of wood together, and maybe little bows, they would doing, doing, doing. And I'm thinking of the Sand people's music, the Bushmen, as we know them, of Africa. They used to sit around the fire at night, and they used to pick at their bows, and they used to knock pieces of wood together and clang stones together, and tap on a tree and stamp their feet and make sounds with their voices in order to get like a communal spirit going. Now that could serve many purposes. It could serve a purpose of bonding for the group, so that we're all like looking out for each other. We do it in team building exercises for corporations these days. It's very productive. I think there would be an innate automatic recognition that there is a requirement to play. within a wolf pack, there will be a certain amount of play, right? There'll be a certain amount of courting. There'll be a certain amount of other things going on, especially amongst the younger generation. And so it stands to reason that it would be an instinctive, intuitive survival mechanism to create oxytocin bonds with the people around. And then, of course, at night, to alert the bears that we're here. Because the bears, if you've ever lived in the wild, the bears go crashing through the trees at night. And they're quite blind, bears, that they don't have good vision. So they would walk up right up to you and then discover you and then maul you by the time, panic response. You see a bear, it's in front of you. You get a fright, it gets a fright. Boom, one shot. That's your ticket stamped, basically, without hospital attention. You can imagine. So there could be a survival mechanism behind making a melodic noise, and then of course a spiritual element of bringing the protection of the ancestors to the group. And I think that this rhythms started to become maybe really fundamental to society. And then from there, possibly people started to use more definitive language. And possibly the first language could have been the definition between a man and a woman, right? And the definition between day and night, and the definition of food and hunger. And from there would have been like, how many trees of berries did you see over there? Right? There's 10 trees of berries. How many of us are there? There's 10 of us. Okay, so we can go and eat 10 trees of berries. So you can see how that equity for resources could have still been related, but I think less in the scale of counting of a big scale of counting up stored resources, but more for navigating practical, how big should our group be? We generally find 5 groups of trees in an area. And we know that those 5 groups of trees can pretty much feed so many of us. So our group shouldn't be bigger than this. And when the group gets too big, it should split off into 2 groups. Like baboons do that, right? So it's quite a natural thing for creatures when they get to a threshold size to split off into different pods. So why would humans not have done the same thing? And the alphas of the human packs, which would have probably been matriarchal shamans, as the history seems to indicate, the oldest remnant bones of shaman were women. Isn't that interesting? Deformed women that had some kind of a physical ailment. They considered this to be sacred. So I think it's a very interesting concept. I mean, we can only guess where this idea of number came from. But I think that like Indy says, once we were farming and agriculturally minded, that's when we really had to start mapping the numbers. Because like you say, you had to know how many days there was before you plant your seeds. And there was planning involved, right? Have we got enough seeds to plant? How many seeds do we need to plant? How big a ground do we need to plant the seeds? How much seeds do we need to put on that ground? When should we start planting so that we've got them all planted by the time the rains come? How many days does that leave us? Then how long do we leave that in for before we go and put ash on top of the soil? For example, these kind of things would have probably been things that we would have learned. And so there would have been calendars. And then obviously this would have been astrotheological, because everything is night and day and the movement of the stars. So, I mean, what are your thoughts, Indy, on the formation of the numeric system? Because you've done a lot of time researching your anthropology. Where have you found the earliest points of the numeric systems being used?
Well, there's a lot of old lost number systems that are no longer used, that were started to be used long before the ones that we have today. Namely, like the Mayan counting system. We have a lot of similarities with the Mayan counting system and the origins of the Brahmic writing system that came much later, in the formation of the first 3 digits. Is my sound
just me, or is his voice getting softer?
Is it all right over there? Is it sound?
It sounds okay on my end.
Okay. I could just get a little closer here. Yeah, as far as different systems of counting, we have all types of different counting systems that have been lost from like the old world, and there's so many of them. We have like the interesting aspect of like some languages had the number system involved in the alphabetic system of their language, and so the alphabetic system was the number system as well. But a lot of cultures did not have that going on, and so the number system seemed to develop later from another culture and was later introduced, and that happened with a lot of cultures. And so, like with the number system that we have today, our universal writing system is the Hindu-Arabic writing system, which actually started to develop in the Maghreb region of North Africa originally. So the writing systems have really been passed around a lot, and we have Roman numerals was used all the way up into like the 1600s when it was finally replaced by the Arabic numeral system. But Roman numerals was never a very good system, and the introduction of the number 0, which was called Sefer originally, made a huge progress in the simplicity of the writing systems of numbers. Because without a 0, things became increasingly complex. So as far as some of the oldest writing systems that we know of, it's said in the academia's historical records of the oldest writing systems that the Sumerian or Babylonian writing system was one of the first ones. But I would think that honestly, there's probably much older systems of the antediluvian cultures that were later on, developed into what they had in Sumer and Mesopotamia. But interestingly, in some cultures like the Mayan culture, they had a 20-based number system. It was also a 60-based number system. They had several different systems that they worked together with. And the Mesopotamian system was a 60-based number system. And so when they would count to 60, so a lot of the systems were 10-based systems, more simplified. With the 10-based system, there's only 9 symbols, and then later there's the 10th to 0. But those systems were passed around a lot more because they're easier to learn. But some of the more older antediluvian systems were 60-based and had a lot of different symbols. But the Mesopotamian system only had 2 symbols. There was one symbol with a triangle with a dash down, that's 1, and triangle with 2 dashes out to the side, which is 10. And they just tallied those up. So in a lot of ways, it was the writing system of it was a lot like Roman numerals. It was overly complex. But interestingly, the way they counted it with their hands was really cool. And so they counted the little nubs of their fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And they would do that in a tally of 5, which would make 60. So they were able to count with their body parts and like hold up a hand to like mark like where the number falls to be able to articulate a number through 1 and 60 to show somebody that, which is pretty cool. But things have gotten like, as the writing systems were also pictographic originally, they got simplified down. The number systems were very developed with higher bases and got simplified down as well over time, just for the fact that it was easier for people to learn a more simplified system. I think over time it was very complex originally there.
I'm genuinely curious. I'm sure Shaman, you know this. What is the base number for like Hindu Sanskrit? I don't know if you know that offhand or not.
What do you mean base number?
Like,
and the Arabic numbers are base 10.
Base 10, because I think there's something about, because I'm thinking about like in Hinduism or Buddhism for that matter, about how they would talk about the how long people would stay in certain like, hell realms or deva realms. And those numbers are just ridiculously long. It's like 800 billion to the X444. And I wonder if having a number system with more digits makes higher numbers easier to comprehend. And that's why they use them. Because if you think about it, if I want to, have a number that's like, 10 gazillion gajillion. You know, I have to use a ton of numbers and zeros. If I use a base 10, it'll be a sheet of numbers to signify that. That'll be bigger than my mind can comprehend. But if I use more symbols, I can condense more symbols onto a page to infer the quantity of the number, thus making the numerical concept easier for my brain to understand. So it's like, if I have like a single digit for like a trillion, you know, then if I want to have something that's like a Googleplex or something, it would be easier for my mind to comprehend if our number system was like base trillion than if it was just base 10. And I think what that also kind of signifies with how many numbers are within a system. I'm also curious of that there's a correlation between what base number a culture bases on and what kind of religion and culture comes out of that. Like, you know, you think about, like you mentioned before, how what was it, the Aztecs or the Mayans, they had like a 24 base number system, and you talk about Mesopotamians having 60 base number system, and then you talk about the Hebrew based, you know, number system as being 10. And I'm kind of wondering if there's a correlation between the quantity of the number system and the nature of the belief system it pertains to. Because the way I see it when it comes to numbers, if you think of each number set as being like a polygon, like a base number 4, you got like a square. If it's the base 5, you got a pentagram. If it's base 10, you got a decagram. And then that becomes kind of the fractal template of your universe, because that's what I've kind of noticed with my study, with making everything based 4 and sort of looking at everything in the number 4. That becomes the fractal template in which I understand reality. And depending upon which number system your culture or religion follows, that's going to change the nature of the fractal in which you see the nature of reality. So if you have, like you said before, like a base, you know, 60 number system, well, that's the fractal of your reality is going to be a 60-sided polygon, and that's how you're going to see existence in the universe organizing itself. So I think that there might be some deeper correlation, and like with the number, how many numbers a system or culture has, and I think that shapes the nature of the belief system it pertains to. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, you make a good point. Interestingly, the Mayan number system, which is said to have had a long count in their system, and the Hindu system had symbols that represented longer spaces of time. And as the Hindu Arabic system developed into the universal number system we have today, we lost those larger numbers that represented bigger quantities. Like, we kept the 1 through 9, but they also had a number for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, and 1,000 as well. So, and that's in the Hindu system. They probably still use those numbers, those symbols there. Now, I'm not sure about that. Now, as far as the Mayan system, they actually had a 20 base number system, but they had it in different columns. So like in one column, they would have like different parts. The part for ones was on the bottom row. They had another row for 20s above that. And then there was higher rows for different amounts. So, and they had, their count was from 1 to 4 in dots. And then 5 was represented by a line. So by putting a line on the second row, that would be 5 aspects of 20. So that'd be 100 years. So you can see how small numbers on these rows add up to a lot of years, because the rows represent, you know, times 20, then probably who knows what the columns were after that. I don't want to say necessarily what they were, but they actually used a combination of a 20 and 360 base number systems, which a lot of people simplify to 20 and 60. But they were able to have a very long history and long future perspectives from like all of their different numbers. They had all of these prophecies of things far in the future, and because they had such a number system that allowed them to think in such large quantities in more simplistic ways.
Yeah, that's a really interesting set of bits of information, Indy. And getting back to your question, Cosmic, You know, in the Vedic school, and this is something that it always sort of gets into my ear. Everybody speaks about it's a base 10 number system. I think that when you're dealing with a base 9 number system, you calculate in tens. Because when you're going through the 1 to 9, to start your next cycle, you start with 10, which is the next beginning. So this is why we speak of an octave of 7 notes, right? Because you take your 7 notes and you complete the octave when you get back to the beginning of your 7 notes. Now it's an octave, but it's actually, we're dealing with a base 7. So when we're speaking of base 10, I always consider it as we're actually speaking about base 9, which becomes 10. And I think that this is like quite an important point to understand, because the ancients never had a number for 0. In fact, even in modern times, 0 isn't a number. I always think that it's a misconception. In the ancient times, the idea of nothing was nothing. And that was what 0 represented. But it wasn't considered a number. It was definitely not considered a numeration. It was more considered sort of the womb from whence all the numerations arise. And when all 9 of those numerations go back into the womb, they re-emerge 1 octave scale bigger, using the word octave loosely, to become the next cycle. So that's where we come to the 10, which is the application of the 9 numerations following its full cycle in order for it to have fluidity. Now, in Vedic cosmological terms, well, what have we got? We got like ek, das, so 1, 10, so 100, which is like sowing seeds. Hazar is 1,000. Then you've got lak, which is 100,000, right? And then you've got karor. Karor is like, is that 100,000s? That's 10 million. So they've got these large numbers that they still use. And I think what's happened is, with our decline of technology, we haven't had a use for big numbers. Because it's evident in Indian history that they had bigger numbers being calculated in terms of the yugas. And like you were saying, Cosmic, very wisely, the idea that, these huge numbers that are depicted in ancient Vedic texts and in old texts of Tibet and the Mayan texts, they're speaking about huge chapters of time. And there's big numbers being thrown around there. So that's quite interesting to consider it. And I think this is very interesting when we look at how, for example, I've got on the screen here. So this is the Chaldean numerology. Just bringing it back to numerology. Numerology is really the occult study of numbers and the occult qualities that are expressed by numbers. So this idea of numerology goes right back to Chaldea, and they inherited this. Now, if anybody peruses this with a careful eye, they'll notice Paleo Hebrew. So Aleph 1, Bet 2. Where's Jimal? Jimal 3, Dalet 4, He 5, Vav 6, Zam. So you'll notice these are all really the Paleo Hebrew number ciphers, but they don't count the 9s, which is really, really interesting, because this 8-base number system, they still use the number 9. They just don't count it with their numerological calculations, meaning that 9 is somehow considered more fundamental as a manifestational potency, and that they only count when you're doing if you use a Chaldean cipher. And the Chaldean cipher, we can get into this later. This is an incredible cipher when you actually start throwing words into it. Because the succinctness of the numbers and how they represent particular ideas will become very evident once you start playing with the Chaldean cipher. But so this is just an idea just to show you that when we go to Chaldea, which is quite old, they were basing their numerology off of an 8 system, but that completes itself as a 9. But when they were doing calculations on the physical plane, they were basing it off a 9 system, which completes itself in 10s. So this Chaldean system would notate itself in 9s. So you would throw your name and calculate your name here. Like if I throw all of my names into a Chaldean system, I end up with the number 70. If I throw my names into Western numerological system as we've got it today, I end up with the number 108. So they're quite different. But if you look at what 70 represents and what 108 represents, there's some kind of a mystical relation between these two numbers. I think the word Chaldean also, if you scrunch it in here, comes to 70. So there's these really interesting relationships between these different numerological systems. And I think that, for example, with the Chaldean system, the number 9 is still Mars, still the vibration of Mars. Just like in the Vedic system, number 9 is the vibration of Mars. Just like in Western astrology, 9 is the vibration of Mars. Western numerology, 9 is the vibration of Mars. So what Mars represents, 9 represents. This is universal. Like you don't escape this, whichever system you're going to. But I think that the systems were used in different ways for different purposes. In the same way that you look at Vedic astrology, they might calculate their astrology. They base it more on the moon. And so the moon sign holds more relevance in Vedic astro chart, which happens to be, as I've pointed out numerous times, it's an enneagram. It's a 9-block square of the 9 planetary effects moving through the 12 signs of the zodiac, which is 108 points. So that is your Vedic number generator and your astrological chart generator, which is the same. And a good astrologer will generate your numbers and your astrological chart by looking at your hands, by the way. So you go to a really good Vedic astrologer, they don't need your date of birth and they don't need your name. They'll tell you what your number of your name is and what it should be and what you could change it to make it better for like business or for this or for that. So a lot of Indian people change their names. Isn't that interesting? So this superstitious idea of how important numbers are, and it goes back to old Greece as well. You know, you look at the numbers from the philosophical context of the numerological identities of the monad, of the duad, you know, of the triad, of all of these different Greek ideas, and they represent the same ideas as the Chaldean or the Vedic. The number associations are fundamental, right? They don't change what they mean. The same that even in a chart of a Vedic chart, which is based upon a different calculation, a sidereal, instead of calculating from the heliocentric sun, we're calculating from the earth and the moon. We're going to get different numbers and they're going to align differently on a chart, but we're still talking about the same. Mars is number 9 has the same meaning. Mars is number 9 has the same meaning in every different place. So there's an interesting perspective here that the meanings of the numbers are universal, but the way that they're used is quite different. And I think that sort of will show us why there are all these different number systems, because possibly different number systems had different goals in mind. And some number systems were better for working with the stars. Some number systems are probably better for working with grain. Some number systems were probably better for working with people. And I think that this might be inherent with the numerological principles of the vibrations of particular numbers as relations to particular things. For example, the mineral kingdom, the natural kingdom of plants, the natural kingdom of mammals and animals, the kingdom of humans, the kingdom of the planets and the stars, the cosmic kingdoms of the spiritual hierarchies and the beings beyond physical matter. We would have probably had different numerological systems of calculating these different these different things, even though they all seem to plot back onto an astrological chart, which is quite interesting. But yeah, looking at this, like, it really gives us a different perspective, doesn't it? Have you guys worked with this particular cipher at all? Curiously.
I'm curious, what culture had the Chaldeans had an 8-based number system? Is this true?
No, it's a 9-based number system, but they calculated their numerology based on an 8-based system. Isn't that interesting? The number 9 exists.
But the Chaldeans were Mesopotamia, so I don't see how they didn't have a 60-based number system.
So, for example, this is how the Chaldean numerology would work. So, let's say we put the word sage in here, right?
Yeah.
And we calculate the number sage. They would have calculated in such a way, and the sage would have added up to number 12, right?
Yeah.
So the sage is the one that can understand the workings of the 12 constellations. And the number 3 represents wisdom, represents that union of masculine and feminine, the unity and the wisdom of potential of 2 coming into. So we're talking about Jupiter. When we're talking about the number 3, we're talking about Jupiter. And Jupiter represents the expansiveness of consciousness. And 1 and 2 represents, for example, that rationalism and that powerful intelligence of the sun that wants to initiate and go off. And there's also very powerful intellectual currents moving with the solar ray. And the 2 of the lunar ray is that sublimative ray, which is going deeply into uncovering hidden memories and hidden pieces of information that aren't obvious, seeing the not just the black and white, but the gray and all the other things in between. This is what's sort of represented when we bring the 1 and the 2 together. So we end up with the number 3 that represents fundamentally having the understanding. So, it's interesting when you look at this, but for example, there are numbers that would add up to 9. And just getting back to this number system, this might blow your mind to how succinct these people were. So if you take A, B, C, D, E, let me do it for you so you can see what I'm talking about. Right, so let's go. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. We're going to end up with 103. Right? This is like something which is quite mind-blowing when you think about it. Now, 103 is the 27th prime number. So the 26 letters of the alphabet, right? And when you add up the numerations of all 26 letters, you end up with the 27th prime number. There's got to be something interesting going on here. The succinctness of the way that these numbers operate. So they had reasons why they why they use the 8-based number. So I'm just saying that there are very different ways, but they all come back to the enneagram. And the enneagram always comes back to, you mentioned 360, right?
Yeah.
Earlier. What is 360? 9 times 9 is 36. When 9 completes its cycle, it becomes the new cycle, which is 10, the decade, which represents the complete perfection of the reflection of the completeness. So from a Greek perspective, the decade. So when you add that 10 and you multiply that 36, you end up with 360. That's not a coincidence, right? 9 times 9 times 10. So it's quite interesting when you start to look at the way that these numbers dance for us. But I think, when we get into this rather sort of fundamental ideas of like where numbers came from, I think that's a huge concept. And we know that the Vedic seems to be rooted in the enneagram, right? From the basis of all of the 9 numbers. In fact, I think that wherever you go, even when a so-called 12-based or 11-based number system was used, they're still using the 9 basic numerations, aren't they? Or am I wrong? Do you guys know?
Repeat the question. And what was the 9?
Even where they calculated with 12, they're still using the 9 basic numerations when they're calculating those 12 things, aren't they?
Yeah. There's a duodecimal system. It's a 12-base system. So with that system, it's been developed more recently. 10 would become A, 11 would become B, and then 12 would become 10.
But that's a modern system, right?
Yeah.
That's a new age thing. I'm talking about in antiquity. I mean, in the new age, we're creating all sorts of new ideas, but I'm talking about something that's from the beginning of time.
The Babylonians counted 12 on their nubs of their fingers and 5 counts.
Yeah.
So they made a count of 12.
But how did they depict that with pictures?
They're yeah, you're right. The symbols when they
The
wrote
9.
it, was it a 1 and a 10? They just used towers of 1 and towers of 10s.
Yeah. So it's like it still comes back to the same principle.
Yeah.
And like the mystic number of 10 is 9, and 9 is the completion of the mystic. 10 is the completion. So we've got, like in India, they say we've got 10 holes in our bodies, right? But one of the holes gets closed off, the umbilical. So we've actually got 9 active holes.
Interesting.
Yeah. So the 10th hole is there, but it's there, but it's not there. It was there, but it's not there. It's a hole that is, but is not. So it's sort of symbolic of. So you can see where the Vedic idea comes from, right? Of 9 numbers. Like they counted the holes in the body. Went, okay, there must be a reason for these holes. Why are there so many holes? And if you really get round down to it, that must be really where the fundamental beginning of the 9 base number must likely have come from. I mean, why 9? Why 9 numbers? And then the 10 becoming the 9, and this umbilical cord represents how we got here. And if that's how we got here, then that must be how we leave, the return journey. So there's this, like the umbilical, the tantin, right? Even though that number, that hole doesn't exist in our body, it's a gate through which we travel, right? So it's quite an interesting concept.
Yeah,
but yeah,
about the 9
please.
is that it kind of developed to look like an umbilical golden spiral, kind of spiraling out originally, and it definitely has that kind of umbilical feel to it. But then later they used those Hindu Arabic numbers to show that each number has a certain number of angles that corresponds to its place in the number system. So 1 having 1 angle, 2 having 2 angles, and then 9 actually has 9 angles on it because you extend the middle part out the back, which creates 2 parts on the back of the 9, and then you bring the bottom up, which makes another angle on the bottom of the 9. But all of each number has that number of angles corresponding to the number later. But originally it was a spiral, which is pretty cool. And then the 6 that we use now is kind of a reflection of that harmonic spiral too, which kind of might have been a clue to the correspondence of 3, 6, and 9.
That is very interesting, the 369. What are your thoughts? You haven't said much, Noble Intent. Are there any ideas rummaging through your head?
Being the student here, I don't have a whole lot to add. I was still contemplating the original question and kind of this idea of origins, the root, which came first. Did numbers emerge first, or the alphabet, or language, I guess you could say, and are those things synonymous? I was contemplating my own process of learning. I was trying to remember, was I exposed to numbers first, or the alphabet? When I was a youngster, did I learn my numbers first? Did I learn my ABCs? And I can't really recall, but I think it was my numbers. I think it was my numbers. And so
Your SATs, did you do better on your math or your English?
English.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
yeah.
Maybe others.
Yeah, no, definitely English. In fact, I was going to point that out the as as I go down the path of investigating what's going on here, trying to discern the truth of things. What I've found is I'm more leaving the what I would consider to be more gifted at in contemporary times in this world of utilizing words in order to communicate and to receive communication. And that has been a crutch for me, and also been society seemingly tends to reward that for those of us who can communicate smoothly with words or listen. And I found, though, that as I uncover what's really going on here is that there's been a necessity to have these types of conversations, to that somehow it seems to me that the answers lie in the sacred geometry, in the numbers. And so it's hasn't been my strength, and but I found that as I get closer to the truth, just a perception here is it seems to be more rooted in the numbers. And then as we cast our gaze at seemingly what seems to be hidden in plain sight with the various 33, for example, 666, and I'm sure we'll get into that later, but is there seems to be kind of the secrets of what's going on here, so to speak, seem to be hidden within the numbers. And so at any rate, I was contemplating, I've always fancied musicians. I'm not. I am a fan, no doubt, to the rhythms and to the harmonies and the melodies that are presented to us by our gifted musicians. But I've always fancied musicians seem to have something. They seem to have. I would often, to my children, I would acknowledge a musician, whether full on Beethoven or not, or as an old soul. It's and so, Franklin, when you were kind of speaking of your understanding of the roots of numerology, you leaned into your music. You leaned into the importance of rhythm, which you've expressed consistently in all of the wisdom that you've shared with us in your various videos and our communications, whether that was just the two of us, or in the fundamental importance of rhythm, which I can relate to the numbers, right? Somehow, there is the symphony is rooted in the numbers, and it seems to me like as I learn astrology and learn some of these systems that seemingly correlate, and there's a correspondence between these various occulted systems. They all seem to have their roots in the numbers. They all seem to have an overlap in the numbers. And so, for that reason, I think you'll find I'm content to listen to you guys on. Hopefully, I'm connecting the dots. Like, for example, the 10 holes thing. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Well, this kind of goes back to this idea of what did we do before we had these sophisticated means of communication? Well, we use our observations around the fire. In this case, we're looking at the person sitting across to us, and well, I'm not even sure if they would characterize it as counting, but like, okay, there's 10 of these things. And so anyway, that was fascinating. So I'll pause. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's really interesting. I always wonder about these kind of things because it kind of seems like the number systems, even though they develop separately from the linguistic systems in a lot of cultures, I feel like it's more primary, and that the number systems have developed to become more simplified and more fine-tuned than the alphabetical systems that we have. So I feel like that's a really interesting aspect in human development too, to take that into consideration. I also wanted to mention that there was some cultures that have a cenary number system, a 6-base number system, which is a hexamal number system, and they would count from 1 to 5 on their hand, and then the fist would be 6. So for them, 2 fists would be 12, but they only had symbols for 1 to 6. But then there was cultures that had an 8-base number system, namely Native American cultures, and I would imagine that they would have had 7 symbols, and then the 8th would be the next row.
Well, the counting of digits seems to be very practical, right? And there seems to be a practical need for coming up with some representation of the things that are necessary for survival, which is kind of the basis of the beginning of this conversation. But when you were articulating that, Indy, earlier, when you were talking about the systems of counting, so to speak, of using the digits on one's hands, it reminded me of a system that I was taught when I was in 7th or 8th grade called Chisenbop. And I can't recall it specifically. Perhaps Cosmic, coming from the Midwest, you may have been exposed to that. But it's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then you would start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you would go through. And it was sophisticated enough to count indefinitely. And just as a tool, I don't know what the objective was, frankly, in teaching children that already knew these their ones, their numbers, this system. The educational system in the United States is an absolute mystery, and a travesty, actually, really.
I think I can explain why there's, if you think about what the finger system is essentially doing for counting, is it gives numbers a kind of tactile reality. Because you think about like numbers in your head, they're just these abstract, symbols. But when you have you hold 3 fingers out to signify the number 3, you can actually feel the number 3 within your hand. You can feel all 3 of those points sort of jutting outward, and you can actually feel the physical sensation of the numerical value within the digits in your fingers. So I think that's the reason why we have, finger counting, because it makes numbers less abstract and more comprehensible.
Yeah, good thought. That makes sense.
Yeah, well, it does stand to reason that that's why we call them digits. Yeah. Because it's I think it also comes back to an ancient time when humanity was looking for an understanding, and we wanted to understand divine proportions of being. A golden age, shall we say, where we were looking to understand our place in the universe and why we are the way we are, and how we can, by studying our body, like how many holes we have, how many digits we have, how many holes on the face, 5, how many holes on the head, 7. There's got to be something going on there, huh? 7 holes on the head, 5 holes on the face. Like these 2 numbers, fundamental. Mercury obviously relating to that aspect of alchemy, what we can see, the face, what we can project, how we can face things to change things, and then bringing in the ears into the equation causes us to become divinely inspired and to want to go within. Sound is a very interesting concept. I mean, okay, so when we break down the senses from a Vedic perspective, which is a very ancient system, obviously the sense of smell is your root chakra, the sense of taste is your sacral plexus, the sense of sight is your solar plexus, solar, seeing light. Sense of touch is the thymus, relating to that which generates oxytocin. heart, sense of hearing. That gets really interesting. Now we're looking at the thyroid and the parathyroid and how this is related to our sense of balance and being upright morally, ethically, as these notions sort of metaphorically expand from the point of balance. And so when we look at this hearing seems to be the sense which takes us into the most abstract place. Like we can hear, we've spoken about this before, we can hear ourselves in our heads thinking. Yeah? You guys hear yourselves in your head thinking? Have you ever heard anyone saying, "Can you all please be quiet? I can't hear myself think"? It's a typical saying. Some people don't have difficulty hearing themselves thinking. It's an interesting concept. But the idea of sound, for example, if you're working with sacred sound and mantra, so let's say you're chanting, the most empowered way to chant is to chant inside, to not chant with your lips, is to listen to the sound of the mantras with the inner ear. Because if you can listen with the inner ear, you see the way the inner ear works, this is really interesting. And I think this is quite relevant to language. And this is like about how we process sound. So the inner ear creates its own vibrational fields. Yeah. And those vibrational fields work in tandem with the vibrational fields around us. So like noise cancellation is a natural response of the inner ear, so that I can listen to that animal far away, or I can be in the wild, and there's a lot going around me, but I can hear the leopard stalking through the grass. See, I can differentiate one sound from another. And so this ability to differentiate one sound from another is really the inner ear's workings. That noise cancellation, which is really a vibrational sound which is created inside the head. And that vibrational sound inside the head acts as a filter to filter out what we're actually hearing. When we think about how profound this is, it's actually, for me, it's quite humbling. It's quite mind-blowing. When you're listening to the wind, you're listening to, what are you doing when you're listening to the wind? You're retuning your inner ear. When you sit and you just listen to nature and you choose not to focus on one sound or another, you're reharmonizing your inner ear. You're allowing your inner ear to become one with all of the sounds. And so it creates an exact copy of all of those sounds inside. Now, vision does this, right? It projects light inverted onto a screen in our eyes, does it not? That we then process electrically and chemically in order to create a simulacrum of what we're supposed to be looking at. So what we're seeing isn't really what we're seeing. That's a chemical reaction being translated, right, via chemical reactions and electrical impulses. But what we're actually hearing the vibrations. There's an actual sound inside our heads, which is exactly equal and opposite to the sound. So this is why the hearing has always been so much considered to be the sacred sense, and why we are here, present, why we are here. And because we are here, we're hearing. Everything else is abstract. All the senses are quite abstract except for hearing. And the only sense that's not affected or contorted by the thalamus, because all of our senses basically get routed through the thalamus. And the thalamus then processes all the information before it sends them to the parietal lobes. And in the parietal lobes, this dream gets created, and then we experience this dream as an abstract phenomenon inside our minds, and we call this reality. But it's really the past processings of electrical and chemical informations that have been reprocessed by the thalamus. And in the processing of the thalamus, we start to infer our anthropomorphic assessments and our proclivities towards particular aspects of reality, which is why we all have unique realities. 5 sets of witnesses will witness a different thing in life. Like, they'll see different sides of what's going on, and their experience will be quite different. But smell transcends that, and it goes straight to the core of memory. It actually routes it straight to the memory centers in the brain. And hearing is unique because it's our real sense of being connected. So we speak of hearing as being the akasha, and hearing as being what we speak of in the heart chakra. Then you mentioned it, I think 2 discussions away. Noble intent, when you were talking about the unstruck sound of the heart, right? Or you were mentioning it in a group regardless. So when we speak of this anahata vibration, this is literally the inner ear. It's literally there. It's not something that we're imagining. It's actually there. And so hearing seems to be the translation point for distinguishing one thing from another. And I think that must have been the rise of our intellectual potentials. What are your thoughts about this? You know, when we started to differentiate one thing from another, that's when we probably started to associate language and numbers. And you're right about numbers. I also learned numbers first. And interestingly, the ancients considered language only relevant to the number because of its meaning. So in ancient times, word got its meaning from the number. Isn't that interesting?
That's pretty cool. Fascinating. I know in Hebrew, their alphabet of their letters is also their number system, and it counts as high as 400. It goes from 1 to 9, and then 10 to 90, and then 100 to 400. That's 22 symbols.
Actually, 900.
Well, 900, you have to have more symbols to make 500 to 900, I think.
No, you've got what you've got is you've got kaf, mime, right? You've got pe, you've got tzadi, and you've got tav. And those 5 are called the double letters. And they've got a double form. The double form is that if it's on the end of a word, it's written in a different form. It's got a different symbol. And it carries a different vibrational frequency. And so, like kaf, when it's written like this, like a inverted C with like little hands on it to relate to like this. It's basically that.
Oh.
That's what it is. When it's written like that, its number is 20. But when it's written like that, right? As in like that at the end of a word, it then becomes number 500.
But that's not part of the 22 letters, right?
It is.
But what does it look the same? How does it look different?
It's the same letter. So in the creation of the alphabet, it goes that there were 3 mother letters: the aleph, the mem, and the shin. And these 3 mother letters were fundamental. And then there are the 7 letters that have a masculine and a feminine sound, like the b and the v. These are the planetary letters, right? That we consider the g and the j, the d and the j, all of those masculine letters, the g and the h, which we see in different languages. And then we have the 12 simple letters, which relate to the astrological macrocosm. But then binding these, there were 5 double letters. And those 5 double letters were given special prominence as they relate to the fingers of the hand. So those are the letters that have an end form. And in some forms of Gematria, they don't count the the expanded number of those double letter forms. So if you look at any Hebrew alphabet, and this isn't modern Hebrew, this is ancient Hebrew. 5, let me see if I can find them. Double letter forms of, maybe I can find a picture here that will show us where this is. They're not making it really easy for you to see here. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I'll flash it up on the screen so you can see what I mean. It might make it easier. So does that make sense? I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, I saw the double letter form, but I didn't know there was a single letter form too.
Yeah. So that's the same letter. It's the same tzadi. It's the same pei or fei. It's the same nun. It's the same mem. It's the same kof. Right?
Right.
It's the same letter, but it's written in a different form if it's on the end of the word. And it starts with mem, because mem represents fundamentally represents, oh, I didn't share on the screen. Duh. Sorry. Dizzy me. So there you can see the double forms of the letters, and they're the same 5 letters, but mime, it started with mime because mime represents water. So you can have mime, which is flowing, moving water, right? Or you can have mime, which is water at rest. So if your water is at the end of the word, the water is at rest. If your water is at the front or the middle or during the word, it's moving water. So it started with the mime concept, which is the fundamental vibration from which all things has arisen, right? The resonance. And so that's how this came into be. And then that split off into its 4 tributaries of that fundamental river. And those 4 tributaries are linked here with this concept. And it's quite interesting if you look at it, because like, so pei or fei, how do you like that, Cosmic? Fei or pei, this is Mars, right? And Mars now carries the vibration of 800 instead of 9, which is really interesting at the end of the word. Now we're looking at where these Chaldeans were coming from with their 8-based system, or their 8-based numerological interpretation of all 9 numbers. And the nun, which is relating to fixed sign of where water finds its extension, Scorpio, right? And the kaf, which is really 500, which is really relating Jupiter, yeah, which relates to the hand. So this is sort of like when your hand is like a fist pointing finger or directing energy, or with your hand is like a cup receiving energy. So you can see like where they were coming from. It's quite an interesting notion that they have, that these 5 letters. But so that takes the letters from 22 to 27 to 27. But there's still the same 22 letters, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's interesting. So that adds up to 900. And by the way, Aleph, if Aleph is on the end of a word, if you look in the old scrolls, you'll see the sudden big Aleph on the end of a word, right? And that gigantic Aleph on the end of the word represents 1000. So if you write an Aleph like a big one, it means 1000. So they've actually got 1000 notated within this old language. And I'm guessing that it goes back to Phoenicia.
That's the same as the Hindu system. They go up to 1000 in their symbols. So I wonder if there's a connection between the two.
This is what I think.
So before we move too far away from the inner ear, Franklin, like the sound and Vishuddha and this, we're here, and the significance of the sound. And you mentioned the unstruck sound. One way to describe the unstruck sound, or the sound of silence, is nada, N-A-D-A, which in Spanish is nothing or no thing, right? And so as we ponder the origins of these things, and I think I heard you correctly to say that there was, for a while, there was the understanding of no thing or nothing was nothing. There wasn't a symbol for that, and then later the zero emerged, the 0 point, right? And so my understanding is when we attune the inner ear, or the spiritual heart, I guess there's different ways to express this, but when we attune, let's just keep it vague. When a human attunes to the sound, the nada, to the linear tone that we can attune to, supposedly that represents that which we all are. I bet you could do a little bit better job of expressing it than I can right now. But at any rate, that's isn't that interesting that it's in Spanish, it's nothing, no thing, that which we hail from, that this unified field, this 0 point field, and then, but us as humans is we can attune to that, whereas one could argue that we are separate from that. Ultimately, I've found that the more that we meditate on that, we feel as though that we are that. I guess maybe a discussion for another time, but I just wanted to connect those dots and see if you had any further comments as we're looking at the origins of the numerology and the numbers. I think that there's must be something to that. What do you think?
You speak about nada, and it makes me think about Nath. Bholenath, Guruknath, Shankarnath. So the Nath is sound. And sound is where all vibrations come from. So nada is what comes before sound. And then Nath is that sound that we're hearing, if that makes sense. And from that nada emerges Nath. That's like the principle of vibration emerging from the principle of mentalism, right? First came the sound, then came the light. And so that Nath is interesting because when we think of these are like very ancient names, right? Mantra names of deities in ancient India. And then we got the word nothing, right? Nothing. Coming from this, and you got nadi, which is that little channel through which the life force, which is a result of the nat coming from the nada to produce prana, and then the prana flowing through the nadi, which is channeling the vibrational fields energy, which is a result of the polarization of the sound, which is what we then see in the principle of polarity, which is that heart chakra, right? Which is that sense of touch. And the nadi are then channeling all of these different pranic flows through all of the organs, connecting it to our brain. So it's very interesting what you point out there. And I think it is relevant because when we look at that knot, we can break that down. Okay, so let's go into a Chaldean view mode, and let's look at it from the what the Sumerian language became when the Phoenicians started to donate it into Paleo Hebrew. So we could then go the beginning and the ending, right? So the beginning and the ending is A and L, right? Aleph and Lamet, as it's, sorry, Aleph and Tav, at, it. And so that's the beginning and the ending. At, where things are at. And it's pronounced in more modern Hebrew as et, but I think it's at. And at ma. Okay, now we're seeing this language connection. So at is the beginning of the ending of all things, but at comes from ma, from the divine feminine. So at ma is the beginning and the endings of all of these things emanating through from the nada into the nat and becoming channeled through the nadi. And so the atma can manifest this body. And so it's the same idea as the at. And now when we take it one step further and we put that nun, that letter that represents the fish archetype, from the hieroglyph of the fish, onto the front of that word, nat is nun aleph tav, nat. That's how you would transliterate it into Paleo-Hebrew. And that nat then would be the transformative potential behind the beginning and the endings of all things, which is sound. And from that nat came the idea of nothing, right, in our language. So we've then got nothing, which we can see comes from the roots of, so we can see there's sort of like there's a logical expression of the logos through all of these languages, and they all seem to succinctly carry the same idea. And I think it all comes back to that. Like we were trying to understand that. And in order to understand that, we needed to understand the physical body. And so we needed to figure out how the body worked. And we needed, okay, well, we've got 10 digits. Okay. We've got 10 toes. Okay. 5 holes in the head, front of the face, 7 holes in the head. So these numbers must be sacred. So 7 must be a sacred number. 5 must be really important for our ability to learn, right? For our ability to pay attention and to go out and to communicate and to share ideas through our face, the face that we show to the world, that persona development. And then we looked at the rest of the body and we were like, well, there's 9 holes active, but there's a 10th hole hidden. So we must incorporate that there's 9 holes active and there's 1 hole hidden. So the system must account for a fundamental mystic 9 that becomes 10. And so we see how our number systems are like reflecting all of this. And I don't think it's by coincidence that all of these languages come back to the sound. Like we were talking about where numbers, I think, must have come from rhythm. And rhythm is an expression of vibrations. And vibrations is an expression of the sound. So at some point, we were able to tune into the vibrations of things and able to pick up that this has got that vibrational frequency. And this has got that vibrational frequency. And this has got that vibrational frequency. Each one is different. And then at some point, we wanted to be able to express that as an idea. But in order to express that vibrational frequency, we had to understand that the rhythm of this vibration is X, Y, Z. And that this rhythm carries this. So if you want to tune into someone at a distance, let's say, gosh, I spent a long time away from my mom. And I wanted to like keep a tab, make sure she's okay. So once you know someone's vibrational field, you can tune into them at a distance, right? You've got to feel that it's a sound, it's a vibration. And once you can feel that sound of someone, you can sort of touch them at a distance if you can keep that sound in your head. And when you really look at that sound, it's a reflection of numerations, because there's rhythms and patterns within the way that vibrational field works. And once you appreciate the rhythms and patterns within that vibrational field, you'll see they'll work in patterns. And those pattern recognition of the way that those vibrational fields operate, I think, is what became the numerations. And then we wanted to associate those with the heavens. So we had to associate this pattern of vibrational rhythm field with that thing, because that thing seems to be related to this plant. And this plant seems to carry the same thing that we can sense vibrationally in that. And so we started building these associations between this thing and that thing. And then we now needed to express this as an idea. And we had the numeration in our head, which was a vibrational tone, but we had to put it down into something concrete so that we could then take that and turn that into something else that we could say. But now, to speak of that vibrational number, we have to differentiate between, well, that thing of that number and that thing of that number. They're both the same number, so we had two different sounds for each of those things, but those sounds had to equate to the same number. This is, I think, why numerology is the way it is. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? Is that a far-fetched idea?
No, that's pretty cool. I like that idea. It makes a lot of sense to me. I'm just kind of curious as to why there's not 10 symbols when we have 10 fingers. So your explanation actually makes more sense than the hand explanation.
Cosmic, you were talking about a four-based numbers, four numbers.
Yeah.
I'm very curious. Throw this at us, brother. Let's
Yeah, so
chill, because
basically,
you're making me think
it
of
just kinda-
Egypt.
Yeah, it kind of like the way this 4-based number system, I just noticed that there were a lot of things that were showing up in patterns of 4. Like I noticed like there were 4, key Zerfaxes, and there's like 4 gate Zerfaxes, and they kind of like, intermesh with each other. And I just kind of started like making everything, base 4, because I didn't even really intend it to be. But I think what the thing about this particular phase system is it's all about learning to look outside of the normal confines of infinity. And so basically the way you kind of do that from a kind of a perceptual standpoint is because the problem with infinity, and the reason we have a difficult time comprehending it, is because we think of infinity as being something that's large and expansive. It's basically beyond the sort of the perceptions of our horizon, so to speak. And so it becomes this, incomprehensible abstract thing. But their philosophy is basically like, if you can take that same infinity and condense it into a sphere that you can hold within the palm of your hand, then it becomes easier to think outside of that infinite sort of thinking. And I think the philosophy by having the base number system being as low as 4 is that it actually, I think the result of that is it makes these infinities easier to comprehend when there's less numbers kind of being associated with them. Because it's the idea is to really think about infinity, you actually have to think beyond the concept of quantity itself, beyond the idea of quantification. That's kind of what they say about the nature of God, is that, because we kind of talk about the debate of like, is God one? Is God a duality of male and female? But really what they kind of relate to me is that, true divinity is unquantifiable. You can't quantify the divine, and that's what keeps its sort of mysterious infinite nature kind of at play. And I think the other thing that's interesting about, understanding these compressed infinities. So basically the analogy I would use is like, it's like a zip file, right? You take some really big, chunk of data and files and something that's not easy to download, but if you put it in a zip file, it's very easy to, switch it back to different servers without, download time. And that's kind of the same approach they take to not just infinity, but belief systems. And then the word that they use for the infinity beyond infinity is called ozozo. And by sort of understanding these, but I think, and by understanding these smaller infinities, that you can understand sort of the larger infinity in which they all sort of embed themselves in, and you get this sort of larger dimensional perspective of reality. And I think that the base 4 system kind of makes, because it's smaller, it's more compact, it makes it sort of easier for your mind to kind of wrap the head around by making the infinities small and condensing them to these spheres. You can kind of just stack them up and sort of, you can kind of almost come up with dimensional concepts that are, beyond your normal understanding. Because if you think about it, we kind of do the same thing in the mundane world. Like, you take something that's like, I'm trying to think of an analogy here. You compress an idea, but you can express a 3-dimensional landscape with a 2-dimensional picture. And so so when you make a picture or a photograph, you're taking a 3-dimensional universe and compressing that into a second-dimensional, two-dimensional piece of paper. And by kind of like compressing these infinities and compressing these dimensions into sort of these smaller, smaller objects, it becomes easier for your mind to actually comprehend and ascertain the ideas. So I think that's one of the benefits of kind of the base 4 system, but also that, with even numbers, there's kind of a symmetry to that odd numbers sort of lack. That's what I would say on that.
That's
That's
fascinating.
very interesting. Please continue.
I've been working with a base 6 number system to articulate the prime numbers and under the columns of 1 and 5, and then working with a professor from Plymouth State University in New Hampshire, I was able to figure out that we can discern how many prime numbers there are between 0 and X based on a 6-based number system, just by the fact that the prime numbers always come under the columns of 1 and 5 in a 6-based number system for some reason. And this is something I just kind of stumbled upon. I think it was kind of hinted to me in channeling or something, and I just dove into it. But you have to use the zeta function to be able to cancel out other non-primes in those 2 columns, which my professor was able to help do. He's being nominated for a Nobel Prize for this because the Riemann hypothesis is something that people have been puzzled by for thousands of years. We've never been able to understand the foundation of our number system.
Yeah, man. That's interesting what you mentioned there with the 6, because 6 represents harmony, right? If you look at the number, and sex, right? Sex is like that's the biggest kind of harmony that you
That's
can
full
get.
on harmony right there.
It's like a man and a woman are one. They are moving as one being. There is no distinction, you and me, and there's no arguments. There's no discussion. It's just in breath, out breath. Flow. So number 6 and number sex is so fundamentally connected, even though it's not the physical act of sex. Number 6, from a perspective of numerology, it's the subtle principles of the harmony, of the energy, of the flow, the emotional breath content, the physical extremity of the lust act falls in Mars's plate from a numerological perspective and from a astrological perspective. So it's Mars that gives you the drive to go out and seek the harmony of Venus, right? Because Venus is just like bring it to me, Mars is like, no, I want it. I want to go and get it. I want to conquer that. And so that desire to go towards it, which is a physicalizing action, 6 is so in a state of harmony. It's 6 is the number of the artist. Yeah. So the artist that wants to sit and dig deep and bring out those feelings and put them onto something, music, canvas, whatever. But it's quite interesting what you're saying, getting back to what you were saying, Cosmic, about the number 4 system. It makes me think about one of the older deities that doesn't get much action these days in the Vedic school of thoughts. And let me know if my audio is at all loud or soft, by the way, everybody, just to keep tabs on it. But Brahma, so Brahma or the Parabrahm is the ultimate reality, with the parabolic, that's full encompassing Brahm. But Brahm represents the 4 directions, cosmic. So this is like one of the oldest concepts. And so you'll find these old depictions of Brahma with the faces facing in 4 directions, which is like really what the cross is all about. Yeah.
Definitely.
Bringing together those 4 directions. And I think there's something to be said about cauterizing a wound. Yeah. And why we live in our quarters. No birth, you know. And why, like, a typical expression of fundamental creation is number 4. I agree with you that when we want to understand the structure of reality, 4 is the number that we want to aim with, because 4 gives us the it gives us 3 gives us the space, because you've got 1 and 2 gives us the potential. 1 gives us the impulse and the information, but that needs to be put through its potential needs to be released, and then its potential getting released, it becomes form. But then form needs space within which to take form. And so that space then can be considered as the number 4. And so, like, even in the Kabala, we speak about chesed or jadula as being, or chadula, depends on where you're coming from, represents the mazloth. And the mazloth is the zodiac. So the zodiac wheel is within the 4th sphere, and that is sort of the bounds of the macrocosm. And so this number 4 represents this fundamental knowledge of how this structure is coming into being. And this structure is the fundamental sort of the wheels of reality, if you will, that we're in. So I think, like, it stands to reason why you would have been given the number 4 as a fundamental way of understanding things. The Egyptians had this, did they not? They had this very close relationship with the number 4, and they saw the number 4 as reflecting all divine proportions. And by the number 4, you can understand all divine proportions and how these divine proportions work. Because, like, if you look at a yang yin, right? That's actually quite an interesting point. If you look at a yang yin, let's get one on the screen. It doesn't hurt. If you look at a yang yin, you see, obviously, importantly, that there is this fundamental polarity being expressed. But there's a lot more than a polarity being expressed in a yang yin, if we actually consider it. Because there's a polarity within a polarity. And to understand this polarity within a polarity is really like the key to gaining an insight of reality. So this is why the 5 elements in Taoism, Daoist alchemy, is reflected. Namaste. We've got old tuition. Bernadine, I hope you're well. Vincent, hope you guys are all rocking and rolling. Lovely to have you guys here. Serpent in the wilderness. I like that. And the cosmology of Dalai Lama. Oh, I can go on about the Dalai Lama. But yeah, we're looking at this yang yin, and we see within this yang yin, we'll notice there's so much going on, right? So there's the yang and the yin, and then there's the yang within yin in a polarized relationship with the yin within itself. And within the yin, there's the yin and the yang within the yin in a polarized relationship within itself. And then there's the relationship of the yang yin, which is dominated by yin, and the yin yang, which is dominated by yang, in a relationship. So we can see that the number 4 is really being reflected here. Are you guys all following me? Does that make sense?
Yeah. The hidden 5th would be like the Tao itself, the combination of all of them combined.
Yeah, exactly. So they're hiding it in plain sight. And so this is really what the Egyptians were like really on about. And isn't this such an interesting image? Like when I look at it, you just want to get pulled into it, don't you? It's almost like you want to turn it on its side and look at it as a face. Is it just me? Yeah.
No, it's not just you. I see it too.
Like I always see it like this, and some part of me is always like, why not turn it on its side? Like I always want to turn it on its side and look it in the eyes, so to speak. Because I think that's like quite telling. And so here we go once again. We're seeing the hidden six of harmony that's being sort of depicted here. And so yeah, cosmic. So tell me about this four system. Sorry, were you going to say something?
Originally, there was just one center circle that represented the nothingness, and then there was two different elements that go around that. But over time, it became the beautiful yin yang we have today.
I'd say another aspect to the system that I've got is that this number 4 dynamic is kind of like a fractal lattice. So basically, the idea is like with the Zarfex, for example, you have 4 channels. You've got like the upper higher dimensional channel. You got the 3 sort of like lower channels, and that same pattern is then reflected in a higher, larger structure called the Zorfex, and it has sort of 4 Zarfex planes, and there's this kind of this structure of like the higher dimensional and the lower dimensional, how it all kinds of, and then that pattern kind of repeats itself at higher and higher dimensional levels. So that kind of creates a sort of like a fractal template or pattern for the universe, and that makes kind of like existence itself from my subjective perception becomes base 4. Likewise, if you're someone who's like a Hebrew and you believe in the Bible and the Kabbalah, you see the universe in a kind of a 10 based fractal sort of like system of kind of infinities going in different directions. So I think that's kind of the one thing that I've kind of learned from this system is that there's a kind of a subjective equality in terms of numbers, and that your whatever number based system you have, like the number somehow correlates to the nature of how you see reality. If you think about like this is something I kind of might want to investigate a bit more. Like think about different belief systems, what base number system that they have, and see if there's any patterns and correlations based on that. I think it'd be interesting.
Yeah, completely. And it's interesting that you mentioned the Kabbalistic system of, the fundamental, the tree of life. And so I thought, might be an interesting way for me to put this out there, because this is really a fundamental part of numerology. If we look at it from its a lot of our numerology is very related to this, and so let me share this image. That will give us sort of a concept here, and you're going to see this might be quite. Can you guys see and hear me? Okay, there we go. StreamYard hid something away from me, so here you can see quite clearly the tree of life. This is the Etzrim, this is the Kabbalistic, one of the ways in which the tree of life can be drawn. It's not the only way. There's a lot of ways. Let's be real about it. But I hope you can see my pointer. So here we see that there are 10 spheres, right? And then there's the hidden, which isn't a sphere, which is the Duat. And the Duat is obviously, without getting lost in the discussion of the 8th sphere and the abyss, but this is related to a sphere that doesn't exist, that has been created, but it's not real, but it exists from Kabbalistic cosmogony and cosmology. But you'll notice what we're looking at here. So there's 10, right? There's 10 spheres. But essentially the 10th is just really an emanation of the 9, if that makes sense. And the 10 sort of finds its extension from the Kabbalistic law. So you've really got the 9, the enneagram. So you've got the 9-based system, and the 10 is then represented as the 4 fundamental forces of this enneagram projected in to the 10. It will really help if I okay, I know what I need to pull up here. It will really help if I pull up this this enneagram image, just to give people an idea of what it is that I'm talking about just specifically. Desktop. Just give me 1 second while I pull it up. Okay, so here I'm going to show you another image. So just to bring it in, we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4 represents moving towards stagnancy. The builder number 4 represents that divine proportion that has reached its full point of crystallization. Right? So this point is like, it's not the full alchemy, it's part of the alchemical process. But these 4 represents this. Then we've got number 5, which generates the wheel of movement to reinvigorate the stagnancy of 4, which holds all the information and knowledge from 1, 2, and 3, which is projected into it to become 4. Here we see that there's the number 3, 1, 2, and 3, which are the keys, the 3 fundamental elements that are projected in to become 4. That's what Malkut represents. But now we're going to see that we've got the 4 here that is then spun into movement by number 5, Mercury, which is that transformative potential within alchemy. And then we've got the 6, 7, 8, and 9, which are mirror of the 1, 2, 3, and 4. Where 6 is, these are like fundamentally, the 1 is the sun, which represents that fundamental beginning, that powerful pranic force coming in. The 2 is that potential, and the lunar, the power that these cycles, which are a reflection of number 8, as you can see with the blue line here, holds. And this is then brought into expansion by Jupiter, the principle of expansion, in order to facilitate form. And then that form finds its extension in space, and now it's crystallized. Now we need that space and form to be moving. The pivot at the heart of this enneagram is number 5, as we see with the Saturn square, which I've been showing over and over again. Now we've got 6, which is harmonizing the movement with the structure, right? And this harmonizing brings what is inside out. Now, having discovered that there's hidden forces within, the mystic is diving deeper in. And diving deeper in, the 7 becomes the mystic in order to understand the roots of the forces that are coming out in the artist. And this then is brought into its perfection when the mystic has discovered this. The workaholic, number 8, is balancing these forces between the material and the spiritual, able to harness the spiritual forces in order to gain material things, money, physical resources, prestige, success, fame. All of these things are brought out in this process of this, and this is then tempered into its perfection and its completion by the humanitarian of number 9, Mars, which is bringing the selfless sacrificial lamb, which is essentially Aries, onto the proverbial altar, which is that humanitarian altar of selflessness, in order to become perfected, to dive in through that that place where rich men can't go. That in the Bible speaks about easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, right? That eye of the needle is that nothingness, is that what we were talking about before, where there are no numerations, there's nothing. This 9 has to be sacrificed into the 0 to be reborn as the 1. But now it's carrying the 0 on its end. And so 10 becomes the expression of this. But we see there's 9, 8, 7, 6, which is a cycle of 4, which is a mirror of 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in the same way that 9 exemplifies the vibrations of 6, 4 exemplifies the vibrations of 1. So 6 and 9 have a fundamental relationship, right? Mars and Venus. Huh? You see? The one's an expressor, the one's... So this is the internal cycle that's bringing us here. And this then becomes the perfect expression of Saturn's dynamism, of 4's structure. And these are all 3 principles that move towards structure. And these are the 3 principles that move away from structure while maintaining the structure so that the activist can be the one that dissolves the structure, once again, to start the cycle anew. And so we can see this just as an idea here represented by how these 2 scales of 4 work. So this is bringing us, okay, so we're back at the number 4. Now let's look at the tree of life. Now we see there's Atzilut, there's Bria, there's Yetzirah, and there's Ishia. So these are the 4 scales of being. From a shamanic perspective, we speak of the physical realm. We speak about the underworld, right? We speak about the middle world, and we speak about the divine plane. So these 3 planes are spoken of in the Vedic perspectives as having 3 bodies, right? So we have the physical body here. We have the etheric body here. We have the astral body here. And we have the spiritual, or what we call causal body here. And so that these are emanations of each other. So what we're seeing is 1, 2, 3, 4. So the tree of life is really 4 scales. It is these 10 spheres are really the culmination of these 4 spheres. But hold on, let's look a little deeper. Each of these spheres are really just the conception of 3 principles. So we've got the monad, the duad, and the triad, producing this trigam, as they call them in Daoist cosmology. And then we see in the next sphere, we have the same idea coming to pass, right? We have this trigam forming. And in the next sphere, we have the next trigam forming. So whichever way you go from, you see these triangles forming between these different elements. And these fundamental triangles represent, obviously, 1, 2, and 3, right? Which is number 6. 4, 5, and 6, which is 15. Number 6. 7, 8, and 9, right? Which is 24. 6. So we've got 6, 6, 6, right? Of these 3 worlds that are then coming into culmination in the physical realm, which is now binding and holding all 3 of these spiritual places, if I can use that term loosely, into a physical structure. So we see that the Kabbalistic tree is representing the Enad, for Yesod is the foundation. So these 9 different principles are really coming in to completion in Malkut, which is representing all 9 of them. But when you draw the color scale of Malkut, you have to draw 4 colors. You have to draw a cross, which is the Brahma facing 4 directions. And on the top cross, you would have like a citrine color representing dirty yellow. And you would have on the right and left sides, respectively, you would have a russet representing dirty fire. And you would have an olive representing dirty water. And then you would have a black representing the Akash, the timeless, spaceless quality. And so you see that all of these basic ideas are sort of being bound here and reflected in this image of this tree of life. So we've got fundamentally the number 3, because you see here, there's these 3, 6 that fits into these 3, 6 that fits into these 3, 6. So each one of these threes is really the same 3 reanimating itself again in 3, reanimating itself again in 3, creating the enneagram, the enad. And this enneagram then finds its expression to create the fundamental cycle of life in the physical body that will complete the enneagram in order to maintain the structure repeating itself through the one moment to the next moment in the guf, or the physical body in Asiya. So you've got the number 9 being expressed here, you got the number 10 being expressed here, you got the number 4 being expressed here, and you got the number 3 being expressed here. And if that's not enough, you have the fundamental number 6 being expressed here too. Because from the monad, there are 2 pillars, and each pillar represents these 3 principles again, right? 1, 2, 3. But now we're looking at it in terms 3, 5, and 8, right? Which is 7, right? And here we've got 2, 4, 2 and 4, which is 6 plus 7, which is 13, which is 4. So we've got 4 and 7 representing, wait for it a moment. Are you guys ready for this? So this will be interesting for you guys to see. This is why, look at the enneagram now, look at it carefully. The number 4 represents the north node of the moon. And the number 7 represents the south node of the moon. We're talking about the future and the past. We're talking about sunrise and sunset. We're talking about summer and winter. We're talking about these fundamental polarities. So when we look at that, we see that that is depicted here in the tree of life. So we've got the number 6 present as being the reflection of these 3 principles viewing itself as 3 principles. And when these 3 principles view themselves, they get resolved to become these 3 principles that reflect these 3 principles. So when you look at it from that context, you can see the number 6 is fundamental to understanding the pillars of Boaz and Joachim, right? The left pillar and the right pillar. And we've also got the notion of polarity of yang and yin, because we now have active and passive forces. We've got the Ida and the Pingala forces being represented here as being reflections of a polarity that is born from the Shashumna, which is that middle column. So we've got effectively the number 10 that represents number 1, because it represents the completion of number 1, and 1 has moved through the enneagram and it has been perfected and it has come back. Now the 1 is holding all of these qualities, all 8 of these qualities that have been added to the 1. Okay, now we're understanding why the Chaldeans factor the number 8 when they calculate their numerology, because 1 already existed and it is reflected as number 9 in its completion, because 9 represents completeness. So they calculate their numbers based upon these 8 reflections, because it's going to complete itself in the answer, which will be held in the womb of number 9. So we've got the number 1 reflected in Malkut, which is a sire, which means that everything comes back to a single monad unity. We got the number 2 reflected here as the polarity, right? Then we've got the number 3 reflected here as being fundamental, and the number 3's fundamental perspective being reflected here is what builds the enneagram. And we've got the 4 worlds being bound here by Atzilut, Bria, Yetzira, and Asiya, right? Then we've got the number 6 being bound here by these 2 trigoms which form the yang and the yin, which is yin, yang, and Dao, yin, yang, and Dao being reflected back at each other, which is quite interesting. And we can see then that the one side is bound by number 7 and the one side is bound by number 4. Now, when we start to look at this, we start to see that there's something else that's going on here. 1 and 10 are the same thing that are reflecting each other. Everything else are the processes happening between 1 becoming 10. But everything is out of 1 and everything becomes 10. So there are actually 8 things working here, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So when we start to look at that, then we've got 7. That becomes the foundation of Yesod. So the foundation of Yesod contains all 7 of these principles. And so you can see how, like, the tree of life is actually not just a 10-based system. It's a very fundamentally, powerfully complex system that sort of accounts for all of the numerations. The only difficult one to account for is the number 5. But the number 5 is accounted for when we consider it as a fundamental 5 and a fundamental 5. The 5 above and the 5 below gets reflected in 2 directions. Hence, Mercury is the only planetary force or aspect of consciousness that can traverse both between the divine planes and the human planes. And hence, Mercury in old cosmology was the communicator of the gods and had those feathered ear wings and wing sandals, and was the only one that could traverse between the planes of humanity and the gods in order to pass messages. So I hope that gives a bit of insight into just how fundamentally profound this tree of life notion is. And so you can see why I've structured this enneagram, because this is the tree of life. This is why you have these fundamental 3 principles that becomes the fundamental 4th principle, and why the 4 and the 7 have got this fundamental relationship here. And the north and the south nodes represents the head and the tail of the Ouroboros serpent, and how these 4 are mirrored in these 4, and how 5 sits, in its position. And in its position, 5 sits balancing the 8 and the 2. And the 8 and the 2 that's quite interesting when you look at that, because the 2 and the 8 are really the one moves into its potential to express, like, its creative forces effectively when it touches the moon. And that harmony and balance between the forces of these inner forces that are finding a way to understand the universe, of finding its exemplary harmony in 8. So 2, when 2 is added to itself, it becomes 4, which becomes stagnant. When it's added to 2, it becomes 6, which is harmony. When it's added to 2 again, it becomes 8. So here we got 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. Here we got the 4 worlds of the Kabbalah being expressed between Saturn and the moon. And we were talking about the Saturn-moon matrix here the other day. I wanted to get into all of this, but we didn't really get the time to, unfortunately. But maybe we'll do a sequel on the other show for the Saturn-moon matrix, where we can really look at the mechanics behind the Saturn-moon matrix. And so this 2 and 8 becomes really fundamental. We can see it sort of here when we look at this tree of life as well. In as much that the 2 is the receiving pole that brings the descending forces to us. And 8 is that ascending pole that allows the release of those ascending forces. So we can equate 8 to the reaper and to passing away. We can equate 2 to the bringing of the life of the womb of the feminine. But the 2 controls life and death, as 8 becomes the administrator of life and death. So we see these associations between the moon and Saturn once again here, and the same reflection can be seen between 3 and 7, where 7 represents that inner wisdom, but 3 is where that inner wisdom finds its root or its source. So yeah. That's what I have to say about the tree of life and relating to the number 10. I think 10 is just a surface level when you really dive into the tree, it's really about the number 4. Cosmic. It's really about the number 4. The 4 worlds are really the most fundamental part of understanding the whole structure of the tree of life. And this is sort of what you're seeing here being reflected. The 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4. 5 is the pivot. The 6, the 7, the 8, and the 9, that's the reflection of 1, 2, 3, 4. As like poles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess the way I think about the number 4 is it's kind of like a foundational sort of number. If you think about any kind of structure, it always usually needs like 4 pillars or 4 support things to keep the structure, you know, stable, so it doesn't wobble around and move around. There's something, I think the number 4, there's a stabilizing quality to that number. It kind of puts things in a kind of a neat, sort of like a square or a box or a circle, that there's a sort of a whole plane of existence that can be expressed with that number, which you can't necessarily do with 1 or 2. You can kind of do it with 3, but I feel like with the triangle, but I feel like 4 is a more complete, you know, picture of that, you know, situation.
And 4 is purpose, right? What is something for?
The,
I got you there.
the aspect of structure in the number 4 can be also interpreted as like a service in the structure of society, like in that sense being like kind of an aspect of sacrifice. But number 4 in Eastern numerology is associated with death. And so in that sense, it's kind of like you making a sacrifice in your daily social contract, and you have the death of your personal life where you go and submit yourself, then you reawaken when you get back from work. So you can interpret the structure and the sacrifice and association in that sense.
Yeah, and the stagnancy of being stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no prana flowing. There's no chi. Where's the chi going to move? Everything is stuck. I'm not adapting.
And that's why Lao Tzu criticized Confucius, because Confucius was all about that conformity to that system and wearing the appropriate garment and the right event and everything. And so Lao Tzu was just showing him how, and it astounded him how wise he was about how there's so much more complexity and wisdom to be found in nature that you're missing out on by your focus on this. And he became more wise in these years after that discussion. But he had a very simplistic view. But he considered Lao Tzu to be like a wise dragon. Mystified him, because he spoke of the power of the concept of Li, the idea that there's an organic order pattern of things that's incomprehensible to us, and that the mystery is the most powerful element of all that can unify us. And when we can all figure things out, we're not all going to come to the same answers. But when we can embrace the mystery together, we can really explore more together.
Check this bad boy out.
Is that papaya? A mango.
That's a mango.
Yeah.
This thing's
Yum.
so I was just so just a quick note on the 4. So down here there's a lot of construction. People are crafting their domains in circles. Like you can't tell here, but I'm in a circular bedroom, and I grew up in a square, or a rectangle. Yeah, definitely this 90-degree angles, and I really had no idea of the impact that it had on my being, and now I've come to learn some phraseology around the angles of sorrow and and just understanding a square in astrology, the square angle as opposed to the trine or the sextile. And that tends to bring with it a sharper energy. It's more, I'm not even sure sharp's the right word, but at any rate, living in these more circular dwellings, in particular, when you move the bed into the center and you're getting breeze off the ocean. Wow, what an experience to feel the prana and the winds and the ether and the spirit kind of coming in and circling around you. But so it just got me to ponder as I went down to grab some water, and I saw that someone had brought us a bunch of mangoes. I was thinking about real quick assessment of nature, and I'm trying to think of what emerges from nature that's square. Maybe there's something that's really obvious that I'm missing.
Yeah, crystals.
Crystals.
Pyrite, as well
Pyrite.
as other cubic form crystals.
Okay. And then and of course the crystals certainly have some fascinating qualities to them and whatnot. But so at any rate, yeah, I'm tracking them with 4 and the it brings stability. Yeah, there's a stableness with it, but there's also a restriction. Sometimes that I want to be liberated from that restriction. But there's times when it's time to retreat into that. It's hurricane season is emerging upon us, and I tell you, some of these clever circular dwellings with palapas or thatched roofs don't. Well, in some degrees, the wind shears off it nicely, but in other circumstances, having a nice square box to store things to keep it from the elements is kind of nice too. So, yeah, just thinking about going back all the way to the beginning of the conversation and peering up at the sky and peering up at the stars. And I remember when my father, probably before I could even really fully count, asked me or encouraged me to count the stars, and right, of course, that's not a doable task. And then you were talking about, Franklin, I think all of you mentioned this, is just looking up and seeing the geometry, seeing the pictures up in the heavens and whatnot, and then how we relate that ultimately through these various, Cosmic, when you were talking about the 4, and you're seemingly in infinity, you were talking about the infinity, and you were talking about fractals, and because it's so incredibly difficult for us to get our minds around infinity, so we fractalize it. We bring down a more micro representation of that, which of course made me think of holograms and the nature of a hologram and whatnot, and so but anyway, this conversation's got me to think about my observing nature and how infrequently how drawn I am to the fruits, the mangoes, and they tend to be less squared off as opposed to the mineral kingdom. And I'm sure there's some interesting contemplations or meaning that I can derive from that. But anyway, that's what's going on in my head at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've gotten onto the number 4, because I think, like you say, cosmic, that number has always sort of, you got your 4 main digits, right? This is just really the grasping. The thumb is just really for grasping. So what you're doing with your 4 digits, really. The thumb is just to give something to work against with the 4 digits, right? So picking something up is really using 4 digits. And the thumb is just a fulcrum. That's why it's designed like a, right?
I always thought it was strange that how in most cartoon shows, cartoon characters were always animated having 4 fingers on their hands, right? And a lot of the reasons this says is that it's easier to draw that And that's kind of a weird implication if you kind of take that concept and extrapolate that metaphysically.
That is quite interesting, you know. The idea that like an animation people are drawn with 4 fingers, but it sort of stands to reason, doesn't it? You know, and then of course, I think as well, like when we look at the number 4, to look at the north node, and there's a relationship between the north node and Uranus in astrology, and so this is like 4 represents planning, organization, and forward thinking. So to have a defined outcome in your mind is 4. So there's no fluidity. It's immobile. It's very structured. It's very organized. You know, knows where it's going. It knows what it wants. It knows its final goal. There's no. It's quite tunnel visioned in a way. Number 4, very powerful. Number 4 has resonances with number 1. You see, often you'll see in numerology certain qualities being ascribed to number 1 and number 4. Number 1 holds an element of perfectionism in it, because it's there's an impatience towards movement, right? Number 1, it wants to express this movement so that it can reach rest, and it has a lot to do with here we go, that word again. What do we call individuation? Okay, there we go. So that principle that moves towards individuation is number 1, but it's not individuating. It's expressing what has been received by the individuation process of 6, 7, 8, and 9. This then becomes expressed by number 1. So self-expression, expression, egoism of expression, and there's a highly competitive energy that can be found in this, right? Wants to be in the center of the stage. 4 wants to be right. 4 wants to know that the facts that 4's got are the right facts. Don't mess with the number 4 when they got their facts. 4 will never back down from a fight. They don't know how to. They don't know how to, you know, they're very driven in that way. Number 1 is that driving, self-propelled energy of the entrepreneur. So 1 represents the integration necessary for self-expression, and so that integrous expression, which is represented by 1, represented by the ego, represented by the sun, expressing information, expressing light, wanting to be the center, or not even just wanting to. Okay, so there's different ways that numbers are calculated. You've got your psychic number, and you've got your fundamental number. Then you've got your life path number. Your name number's actually, in a sense, more important than your birth numbers, because this is like actually becoming more personal. The birth numbers are a bit impersonal, right? The name number is very personal to you. So in a hospital, there's going to be like loads of babies born on that day, and you know, with that time of day, and then all around the world. But they're not going to be that many people born with all the same names as you. And when you calculate all of your names, that really gives you a very powerful idea of your numbers. Though your psychic number would be considered to be the number of the day that you're born on. Like my psychic number is a 1. I'm born on the 1st. If you're born on the 15th, your psychic number is a 15. If you're born on the 11th, your psychic number is an 11, you know? So 1 as a psychic number means that you have this strong desire to be the center. 1 is also like my astrological alignment. So Midhaven Leo Sun, that's number 1. So I've got a lot of that 1 energy that I've got to learn to process. I've also got a fair whack of 4 energy I've got to learn to process. Then I've got a big load of 9 energy. So we can understand different parts of our personality, and 7 energy, and understand how to harmonize those different forces to produce sort of an enneagram of worth for ourselves that we can use, that can be healthy. But 1 represents this very powerful, expressive. 2 represents the sensitivity, that sensitivity required for sublimating, going into the deep feelings, and so discovering, like, you know, that compassionate nature, the empathy of 2 finds its expression when it reaches 6 in full compassion. So 6 and 2 hold this vibrational connection, but 2 represents the sensitivity. So the full expressive power of the sun and the sensitivity of the moon. And because the moon's sensitive, it's pulling in what the sun's giving out. And it pulls it in cycles, so that you can sort of measure all the information coming out of the sun in cycles. So like our calendars have been around the moon. And 2 then represents the potential that is being expressed by 1, because 1 can't see its own potential. 2 can. And 2 has forethought to be able to, or the beginnings of forethought, to be able to put into context what this 1 energy means. 3 then becomes a place where that expansion takes place, because 2 is now pregnant with 1. Because 2 is pregnant with 1, 3 becomes expansive. And so the expansiveness of 3 is the expansion of Jupiter, and that expansiveness represents like a creative potential of thinking, represents a social demeanor, a desire to sense new ideas, new concepts. There's a sort of an element of philosophy behind number 3, but it's really to do with that disposition of joviality, that jovial disposition of abundance. And that abundant, jovial expansiveness is represented by Jupiter in the ability for Jupiter to be when you just give. What's the word for when you just give things away? Generosity.
Generosity, yeah.
So that
Generosity.
3 represents the generosity of spirit, the generosity. This is why a lot of patrons would be number 3 people, because they want to be patrons. They want to give things away. They want to help in that way. So 3 represents that very powerful force of this, but it comes from the point of being fundamentally generous of spirit, and this is coming from wanting to optimize. So the 1 and 2 have become pregnant, and 3 wants to optimize what's been produced by the 2's pregnancy with 1. And that optimizing produces expansion. And that expansion means that there must be given, because it's giving off. So 3 and 1, Jupiter and the Sun hold a special place together when it comes to moving through the horoscope. But these then reach the North Node. And when they reach the North Node, they then become a future perspective, that viewing of the future, of organizing things now. 4 is like, right, thanks for optimizing things, Jupiter. I'm going to put it down in stone, and this is how it is. Religion is number 4. So the religion, the idea of dogmatism, that's 4 all over it. I think we've come from a 4 era. What do you guys think? Like, you know, are we moving out of the dogmatism of 4, or are we still in it?
I don't know if, honestly, I sometimes wonder, is dogmatism for most people even really escapable? Because it seems like there's a dogma for every type of temperament there is, whether you're a believer or a skeptic. There's going to be something that's going to ensnare you in a whole different, in a kind of perspective. Because, the way I look at it, like, you can make a religion out of a belief system, out of a specific story or a narrative. But I think sort of general dispositions can also function this way, whether you kind of have, because the way I look at it and with my system, it's like there's this concept called the Zoophytes. And a Zoophytes is essentially, it's a belief system that you think is ultimate reality. So for example, something like I don't know, like the earth was created 6,000 years ago, and you believe that, and by believing that, you entered that world, so to speak. And every religion and belief system is like that. And so what I've kind of discovered is that there's two meta versions of that. There's one based on order and one based on chaos. And the order disposition is we are all one. Everything is all going according to the specific, particular plan based on my religious beliefs. Everything has a purpose. Everything has a meaning. And then there's the contrast to that, which is the chaotic one. Everything is separate. Nothing has meaning. There is no truth. Everything is relative. And these two forces are kind of at odds with each other, trying to basically gain dominance over my world. But the Fae, and what they've taught me is, no, don't look at, you got to find a third option between these two. And that's how I look at mystery in the universe. It's actually kind of the middle ground between these two kind of ordered and chaotic perspectives. Because really, if you think about it, you need both of these things to sort of like live. You need the structure of order to maintain certain forms and maintain stability in certain areas and guide certain principles throughout time. But you also need chaos so things can, melt, shift, and adapt itself to new situations. If you think about I always use the analogy of like bridges. I don't know if you ever see those videos of those bridges where it's windy and the bridge is like wobbling around like it's like a spaghetti noodle when the wind hits it. Well, that's the thing with these bridges, is that you need to have that kind of flexibility within the structure, because you make that, that bridge all tight and rigid and like perfect, the wind is going to blow it down and the bridge is going to be knocked over. But if you have that flexibility, that ability to adapt and shift and move with the sort of the tides of the universe, then the structure of the bridge remains in place and it doesn't get knocked over because it goes with the current rather than fighting against it. And I think that's kind of the problem with belief systems that really hinge themselves on like perfect order and perfect balance, is that they become rigid, that the second that any little bit of chaos enters the equation, the whole thing falls apart. In the same way that when white people came to the Americas and they didn't have an immune system for the diseases that the white people brought over, I think ideologically speaking, it's the same way, where when you are focused on one temperament over the other, you become vulnerable to the other side of it. In the same, if you're somebody who's really ordered, if there's a little bit of chaos that comes into that equation, you got your perfect little mandala, but somebody, accidentally blows something or drops something on the thing, it's like all hell break loose. Likewise, with people who they're too in the chaotic element, anytime someone imposes any semblance of order or structure, they think, oh my God, you're oppressing me, you're opposing me, you can't let me, really be myself. And that's the opposite side of that. So I think learning to work with the uncertainty of the universe and trying to find that harmonic balance between the order and chaos of the infinite Ozozo or whatever, I think that's kind of the way I look at it when it comes to belief systems. I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that, these kind of dogmas are kind of difficult and impossible to get out of. Like, no matter how far you zoom out into the universe, you're always going to need some kind of framework to understand it. Like, even as far out as I have gone with my Zarfexology and my Fae work and going beyond all the physical realms, I still ultimately realize that I'm looking through existence through a kind of lens, through this Fae language lens. But I think really, and then the question is more about, is this system harmonious with me and sort of my truth? Because I think in a way it's like we have our small truth, which is ourselves, and then we have the big truth, which is sort of ultimate existence, ultimate reality. It's almost like in a lot of ways we need a middle-sized truth to kind of bridge the gap between the small and the big truth. So it's a pretty complicated, situation that we're sort of dealing with. And I think really what I've kind of realized, that some level of dogma in your thinking is always going to be inevitable, because you need some kind of structure to understand the world. I think the important thing is that recognizing it is a dogma and it is a framework, and allowing yourself to sort of see outside of that every once in a while. But I think some level of framework is honestly unavoidable.
Yeah, good question and good response. Yeah. Franklin, would you put up the anagram again? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so it's interesting you bring that up, Cosmic, because actually Franklin and I were discussing offline a couple of times this week. So I had a framework that I've been working in for a while, and this dogma or this model or this framework, as you articulated it, is the tree of life, right? The and I had a relatively intermediate understanding of the Kabbalah, right? And so, at any rate, that dogma was, I was trying to line up that framework of my understanding of the tree of life and the Kabbalah with Franklin's depiction of the enneagram, for example. And I was getting hung up. I was rigid around the system. And of course, we speak of the Kabbalah, and we speak of the tree of life all the time. So it's after some conversations in this last week, came to realize that I hadn't matured in my thinking or matured in my understanding of the framework or the model of the Kabbalah, which was actually dovetails quite nicely with this enneagram, right? And so, in fact, Franklin, as you brought up the tree of life, I don't know, 30 minutes ago, and you started to bring that into light in comparison or in relation, I should say, to the enneagram. Although it felt like I was drinking from a fire hose, because it's the first time that we've had the opportunity, or I've had the opportunity to hear to have you draw the parallels between the two. And it's starting. I'm starting to sink in. But back to your thought, Cosmic. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it seems to me like if I'm looking at my own experiences, I create frameworks or models, or they're presented to me for me to understand the world or understand me or our place in the world at a given point of time. And generally what I've found is I'll retire said system or said framework and move on to a more complicated or more sophisticated, or in some cases it seemed maybe perhaps a more simplified or a more abstract version. At any rate, I've just saw this with a new set of eyes, Franklin. This anagram. I really, this last bit that you shared before Cosmic's thoughts, it started to sink in, and I like the masculine principle going into the feminine principle, the two, so the sun and the moon coming together to make the third thing. The third thing could be the union between the two. It could be a child. It could be the third thing being the literally bringing life into this three-dimensional realm here. That expansive quality going from one into the two, making the third thing. So there's an expansion of the quality, and then ultimately, as the leader, is I'm going to start to create a story, my family, right? So there's going to be a model that's associated around my lineage, and the example that I'm using now, perhaps the two or the moon is my wife or my partner, and we've bore a child, that third thing, our family has expanded, and now I need to the story of us is surfacing, and it's becoming something that's going to move forward. But also I need shelter for my partner and for my offspring to house and protect the the story that's emerging, the family that's emerging, the community that's emerging. And so, and then we build certain, we have our own language. We build a shared language around that, and we build structures in order to support that. But then it lends the opportunity when that to adventure. Once that's been established, I can go and I can go on the adventure. I can then choose to express myself with art, play music around the fire, that types of things. As I move into the 7, I can start to really contemplate. I can really contemplate to the extent to which we're contemplating today, the meaning of life, the origins of life, how did we come to be, all of these things. But then unfortunately, it seems I have to go back and at the end of the day, I still have to chop wood, I still have to carry water, and I still have to bring forth effort in order to maintain and retain all of this. Hence the 8 and the Saturn, the restricting me to these requirements, it would seem, of creating a story of a family on this particular earth. And then ultimately, it seems there comes a time when that rhythm has happened enough to where there's enough stability where I can pursue and I can activate and be maybe look outside of this structure that's been in place, and I can protect it from, like, in an active way with okay, wait, there's something, the building of the exterior fence, the making sure that there's the policies in the neighboring communities are not going to infiltrate this, this home and this, at any rate. So I'm just expressing this almost as a way for me to solidify it in my own minds. I would welcome your you guys' thoughts on the way that I've framed this model or built this model, the 4, in my head. And I'd also like to talk a little bit about, maybe we can talk a little bit about Uranus and why Uranus is associated with the builder. So.
Well, that's a very interesting discussion, and I like the way you've taken it out here and put it into context of your narrative, because I suppose that's what it's really supposed to be for. It's a good way of looking at it, like to see these principles are fundamentally governing our life, and when we live in alignment with these principles, then we're living in alignment. So, okay, so we've got Neptune and Uranus as 4 and 7. So that's classical numerology as related to the planets. That's like as it is in the Vedic knowledge. This is as it is in ancient times. This is always sort of these vibrations have been related. When I think of Uranus, to bring it back, it's aur. Aur means light. And an anus, we know what an anus is, right? So when the light shines up our own anus, right, the light is being lost, right? So the aura of the sun. So the sun brings the light, the aura, right? The light. And then the moon exemplifies that light. And then Jupiter optimizes how that light will be brought into actualization. But then that light needs to now go within, right? Because the light is being expressed out there. The sun's expressed the light. The moon has taken the outwards light and shone it inwards. But it's still expressing the outward light shining inwards, if that makes sense. And Jupiter has then taken that outward light shining inwards and expressed what's on the inside on the outside to expand. And so we could relate this to breathing. And then this light has reached its full point of crystallization, which means that the light is being lost. I would cause us to think about the cycle of plants for a moment. It might be a useful contemplation tool. So these 3 principles are bringing the light onto the plant, right? So this light then it's got to come into the plant and it's got to run the number 1, right? The sun. The sun's number is 19. 19 is potassium, right? So potassium's going to fit here when I map the periodic table onto the enneagram. And potassium then becomes the point that light is being turned into sugar. So the light is energy. The plant receives this number 1's energy. It internalizes this energy, right? It expands from this energy an expansive process that becomes a crystal. That crystallization of the builder, number 4. So the plant builds sugar crystals out of the light of the sun. Those sugar crystals then have to be moved around the plant, number 5, motion, spinning, that ignition, that ignition is moving that, circulating that around, and then it needs to be harmonized, needs to become a part of the plant, right? And that harmonizing causes the plant to then be able to reflect on that light process of the harmonizing. And so that you could then equate that reflection process of the plant now going within. What do I need to do? What do I need to do to maximize this? The workaholic, the plant then now needs to produce. How many leaves needs to fall off? How many leaves need to be replaced? The leaves need to be working hard. They need to be following the sun around. So there's a lot of calculations involved. Saturn's out there with his set square and his calculator, calculating everything and making sure that everything's like in dynamic proportions, reflecting the principle of number 4's crystallization. So the plant then's got to put what it's figured out it needs to do to maintain the system, the internalizing process, into action. And that action then needs to be expressed like this constant hard work, right? So the plant's got to work to get the sugar. It doesn't just fall into the plant's lap. If you watch the leaves of a tree, right, they move with the sun. Incredibly collaborated how it does it. That plant's working pretty hard. And it doesn't stop working at all day long, right? It doesn't take a lunch break, does it? It just keeps going. So there's no tea break or anything like that. It's just, it's pushing, it's shoving. Then that work now has to be sacrificed. So there needs to be an altruism with that plant. So now it needs to create exudes. It needs more minerals. And the Saturn's hard work has produced all of that. The exudes then needs to give back. So it needs to give back to all of the microbes in the soil, right? It needs to be selfless. It needs to sacrifice itself. It needs to give off its sugars through its roots in the form of exudes that are going to feed the networks of what we could call aerobic mold in the soil, right? Because you get anaerobic and aerobic mold. And so these, what you call them, mushroom networks, call them what you want. These networks that run under the plants are like a highway system for processing minerals, because these creatures under the ground are eating up like minerals, dissolving minerals. But in order for them to be able to dissolve minerals, they need sugar that they can't get access to, because all sugar in the universe comes from the sun, from number 1. There's no sugar that doesn't come from the sun. But the plant is creating this, so it's then figured out mystically that it needs to make more sugar than what it needs. It needs to work really hard as number 8 so that it can sacrifice some of its sugar through its roots in order for those creatures down there to recognize, okay, you're giving me sugar, let me give you back some minerals, right? And then it's got to then pull in the minerals, the N, the P, and the K, right? As well as all the other micronutrients and nutrients that are required. The potassium's the main one, but the phosphorus in order to keep the metabolism turning, to give it fire under the bonnet. It needs the crystal in order to give the cell wall structure so that the parasites can't get in. Silica. It needs a whole range of nutrients that's going to basically give the plant structure. And so it then needs to be able to sacrifice itself and to be an altruist. And the activist in it needs to say, I'm going to give out. I'm going to give something back to society, to the network underneath there. And then that underground network is able to then act as a communication system between different trees so they can talk to each other. And this tree can say to that tree, I've got a lot of potassium here, but I've got a lack of nitrogen. I see where you are. There's a lot of those things forming nitrogen in your soil. How about you send me some potassium? I send you some nitrogen. And so the underground networks then become the carriers for this exchange. And this exchange can happen over miles. What a thought, eh? 50 miles away, these plants can be exchanging nutrients under the soil. But it all comes back from that humanitarian element of it giving back more than what it needs so that the things under the soil can survive to do their work. And then they're in symbiosis with all these trees, and those trees are placing orders. And then this network has got a part of its life over there that it doesn't want to pass away. So it needs to maintain that part of the life, and that plant needs that. So it needs to send that there to keep that part of its mycelium alive, right? So the mycelium population then is doing the same thing on another level. So you can see how, just as an example, getting back to the number 4, that light has got to be internalized and crystallized. So Uranus represents the light being internalized, going in. And so hence Muladhara chakra is the 4 faces of Brahma in some traditions. And so this 4, this being stuck energy, right? This builder energy of analysis, right? The ashes of the anal ashes, analyzes, the anal eyes, where are those anal eyes pointing? The analytical potential of the Muladhara chakra is this builder's mental structure of number 4, because number 4 is about planning and analysis, right? So it's related to knowledge. The knowledge of Brahma is found in the Muladhara chakra through the number 4, because 4 is the builder and holds all the keys, to how things fit together. So that Uranus being of the old epochs from the old mythologies, being the original, what's that word, Cosmic? The orchestrator of events that become form, the creator.
God, or
I can't think of the.
What are you talking about?
What's the word for that spirit that creates everything?
You mean for infinity? What I was talking about
the
earlier?
creator.
Was it
Sorry?
Ozozo? Is that the word you're looking for?
No, I mean there's an English word for that being that's the creator.
Oh, the demiurge.
The demiurge. Thank you, brother. That demiurge potential. The Uranus is equated to the early demiurge who had his castration at the hands of Kronos. Yeah? So Kronos chopped off his nuts and took his place. So that shows us the relationship between 4 and 8. 4 is stagnant and couldn't adapt. 8 is bringing everything that 4 has into play, but in an adapting way, so that it's not stuck. It's mobile. It's got all of the potentials of 4 that have been perfected by these next 3 stages of development. So I hope that makes sense in the way I'm explaining, where my idea of why I think the numerology of Uranus is related to this. because I think Uranus represents that powerful, powerful structuring energy. And yeah, does that answer your question, or have I just gone off on a tangent?
Noble intent. There's no audio coming out on your end, just so you know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Now you're good.
Yes, indeed. That answered my question. It elicited some further questions, but maybe I'll hold those back for a bit. And yeah, no, thank you. I was just I would certainly not disputing its placement. It was more just some curious, some deeper depth into that. So that was helpful. Thank you.
Tie back to one of Franklin's questions earlier as to whether we're moving like out of a 4 type of a phase of our civilization or our era. I think that we are moving out of a 4. I feel like that they're trying to amp up this big plan for like the new world order, and the world banking system has all these plans, but without like a working collective, I don't really see that it's going to really plan out the way they think, and it's going to really fall back into the collective hands. I feel like that's how things are going to potentially play out, especially with the fact that there's really no regard for the natural environment, which is like getting worse and worse around us. So there's no way this lack of sustainability organization that they have in their structure is going to really last the way they think it is. I feel like we're going to move out of that into like maybe a 5. Things are going to get a little bit more creative. People are going to start going back to old ways and starting up new ways, and a mix of everything. Things get a little bit more exciting.
So let me tap on into that thread, that train of thought. And so I think we can agree, just simply by observing our environment, that things are moving from an analog or from a more natural state into a more artificial, synthetic, digital state. And relating that back to the topic, my understanding, and I may be missing something, but this move towards technocracy, move towards artificiality, move towards technology, it has its roots in the 1 and the 0, the binary system. I'm no computer programmer, that's for sure, but and so there's, I guess that came to mind, Indy, as you were expressing your thoughts there, as inherently limited.
It also has roots in the number 7, because the silicon from which all this technology and from which the binary code was developed for and the hexadecimal system was developed for comes from the bartering with the angels for technology or for gifts from the higher civilization, and in offering human sacrifices in exchange for what they ended up getting with silicon, which took them hundreds of years to develop into the computers that we have today and develop their number systems that we've contrived. But he's really responsible for the beginning of that whole process, and he signed his documents to the Queen with 007, 00 for the eyes and 7 for secrecy.
2-ball cane, something to that effect.
2-ball cane?
Yeah, 2 balls in a cane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and did you say this, the silica was related to 7?
Yeah. 7 being like John D received the silicon,
This hence the cane.
used the number 7 to represent himself, ended up creating MI5, but his representation was the 7. He was 007.
Interesting. And so that is limited, however, right? It's so I guess I don't know, Franklin, if you caught my comment or it was tagging on to Indy's, just regarding the 0 and the 1, the binary system, and then he shared his thinking around the 7 and the silicone and the
His atomic number is 14, so that's like twice 7. You know, if you go to the prime of 14, so it is pretty connected to 7 to me. 2 and 7.
see.
Yeah, and it's all about communication as well. So it's very interesting because it's like it's alchemy. It's an alchemical number.
Not to stay away from its other associations, though.
Got to put my little boy in bed quickly. I'm going to be back in a moment. I have to go and crack the whip because otherwise he'll just be up all night long. His mom doesn't, he doesn't have enough fall. Hey, kid, buddy, bedtime. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so I mean, a binary system has 2 symbols, and then John D being number 7, and then combine those 2 makes 14. I feel like there's a connection there.
Oh, probably. And Cosmic, Franklin relates you to John D, a modern day John D, all the time. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's kind of fun, you know. I don't know how seriously I take it, but I mean, I do kind of go into it with that kind of like, you know, place in mind, because, you know, what John D basically did was like, you know, all these entities and all these symbols that just kind of, he just brought them all into reality, not going from like a book or the Bible. Well, I don't know. Maybe he probably used the Bible, but you know, the point is you're kind of just going out into the unknown, and you're talking to different things and experimenting with different stuff and coming up with different results. You know, kind of like that's kind of when I look at John D, like in a way, that's kind of what he did, because he was a mathematician and he was a scientist, and he wanted to kind of figure out the secrets of the universe, and enlisted the help of Edward Kelly to kind of do that for him and get that whole process sort of started of looking at and trying to understand the world. And I guess in the same way, I'm also trying to kind of scientifically sort of understand the nature of existence and reality. And I think in a lot of ways, like, you know, it's just, you're just going out into the real unknown with this stuff I'm doing. So that's kind of what I feel like is missing in a lot of like magic and occultism lately, is that nobody's really kind of taking chances. They're just, you know, going through the kind of the standard motions and the books and the formulas and the rituals and all that, but nobody is really like explore. At least, well, I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, but you know, there's people really out there like exploring new territory or exploring unexplored sort of astral worlds, so to speak. And that's kind of my, you know, overall interest with this stuff. And so I guess from that point of view, I can see, you know, the John D comparison being somewhat fitting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John D, he probably, you know, potentially used the Bible, but he was versed in mysticism. He had a very highly developed education, and he went really far in it too. But he was also studying Hermetic magic, angel summoning, and divination. So like a lot of the stuff is tied in with religious matters and stuff. But he was deep on the mystical side. Absolutely. He was his father was very wealthy, so he had a very affluent upbringing and had very expansive education.
Yeah, John D, he was a mystic, but the whole reason he hired Edward Kelly was because he didn't really have the ability to channel the spirits himself, because he was a very intellectual person, very mathematically oriented. He wasn't really able to kind of get into that clear-headed state to kind of just sort of let the visions in. And that's why he had to kind of get the help of a scryer for him to do the stuff that he did. And if you think about the whole Enochian system itself, the way it's all kind of like categorized in these boxes and stuff. That really just kind of reflects John Dee's sort of mathematical nature and needing to understand the universe in a mathematical way, which is technically relevant to today's subject matter. Lol.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he wanted to call upon angels and stuff and summon them up to get things done, and it didn't exactly work out the way he probably planned it to be. But he accomplished amazing things, you know. And like Madame Blavatsky, I think these certain individuals were like gifted from like childhood. It's like the people that were like a prodigy that ended up becoming like a real savant, and were able to go a lot further in mysticism because they had the power of the understanding, the reasoning of things, and the intuition to understand what to trust and what to lean towards combined. And you can
I guess I kind of go into it like, you know, because I mentioned like this, you know, people coming up with their own systems. I think that if you take the John Dees, the Blavatskys, the sort of the Crowleys of the world, I think a lot more people have the potential to figure out systems for themselves, but we kind of live in a culture where we're kind of taught to, you know, don't value your own insights, don't value your own experiences, trust an expert, trust a guru, you know. And when you kind of go and say, you know what, screw you, screw these gurus, screw these religions, I'm just going to go out there into the wild and figure this stuff out for myself. You know, nature really rewards you quite bountifully in a mystical sense when you do that, when you said, you know what, I'm going to go off the beaten path. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to experience something else. And I think a lot of times we look at these saviors and these people who are like exceptionally gifted, but I think sometimes we forget that, you know, we can get to that level ourselves if we really are open and really determined to get there, you know? It's not as hard as people think.
Well,
Sounds like you're preaching Gnosticism.
Yep, a little bit.
No, I think that's what I was.
Right.
I think that's what I was trying to articulate. Actually, is the rigidness of the synthetic, the rigidness of the binary system. Even if we want to drop in some other of the base numbers into the equation, there's a seemingly there's a rigidness against what you just said, Cosmic. It seems like the models, the frameworks, the social norms, all of these laws, all of these things are encourage us to stay on the beaten path, right? And what you're suggesting is that the our existence, our experience, and nature as the emissary for that rewards us when we break rank, when we adventure away from the structures of the four, and we perhaps we're encouraged by those who have blazed the trail before us. However, at the end of the day, we divert off into the wilderness and go off the beaten path and create our own. And that's where the magic is. That's where newness, transcendence, all of this stuff. So I'm tracking with you on that. And
yeah, definitely. And even as you look at just sort of like, you know, evolution, like I'm always blown away by the idea that like fish evolved into amphibians and started like get on dry land, evolved arms and legs, evolved things that could breathe air. But you got to imagine, you got to think to those other fishes in the ocean. They must have thought those fishes that are going on dry land were completely insane. Like, what are you doing? There's no air up there. We're not going to survive in that environment. You're an idiot for thinking you can grow legs and breathe air. Stay in the water with us. This is all we know. But because those fish took that risk and sort of went beyond their normal territory and evolved into amphibians, you know, we're here alive today experiencing this world. Because really what it is, evolution is all about transcending boundaries and finding new thresholds of consciousness and experience. And somebody has to do that. We can't all just be, you know, following the beaten path. Somebody has to go out there and take risks and find new territories to explore, you know? And I think if you're dedicated enough and you're willing to kind of look beyond the world and try to find things in your own way, I think we can all do that to a certain extent for ourselves.
Well,
Yeah, I think that. Carry on, please.
I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted to share with you and thank the three of you, and that's why I'm here, is because of the, that's your example of blazing your own trail, right? Of the, kind of started off with your biography, Franklin, right? And with Tall Tree, and just this this following this intuitive, this knowing, this gnosis to go and into the wilderness, literally, and figure it out from, perhaps, well, at any rate, and that's, and Cosmic, yeah, gentlemen, that's why I'm here. Exactly what you just said is ultimately we're having a little power talk here. We're comparing notes, and then ultimately, after we leave this conversation, we're going back off into said wilderness, and we're gonna, go back and extract the gems and bring them back, maybe next Saturday. So anyway, thanks guys, appreciate that.
Yeah, brother, totally gnosis. I love that idea, and when I say gnosis, I mean gnosis, not meaning the way that Gnosticism is interpreted, just that self-knowledge, knows. Oh, so gnosis, the irony of it is that gnosis arises from the number 4. Isn't it ironic? When it strives to, so like, to come back to, like, you guys were talking about binary, and you can see the binary reflected here in a sense, right? Which is quite an interesting concept. So we've got the 1, the 2, and the 3 that structures. So the 1 and the 2 are the binary potentials, right? On one hand, it's structured by 4 because of the space that 3 gives 1 and 2 to operate in. So 4 becomes an expression. But you can see that the whole process of 1, 2, 3, and 4 is the exact opposite of 6, 7, 8, and 9. So you've got another binary within this. You've got this binary, the 1 and 2 binary, bound within 3, structured by 4. That binary is repeated here, right? Where you've got the 6 and 7 that come together, 6 and 7, making 13, making 4, which is then compounded into 8, where 8 gives it the space, as it were, for the 6 and the 7 to come into being, so that 9 can complete it. So 9 completing the cycle of dynamism, because 9 represents dynamism. In the same way that 4 represents being fixed, dynamism is expressed here. And that dynamism comes from the contraction as opposed to the expansion. Jupiter expands, Saturn contracts. So the contraction of the night. So imagine the sun, right? The cycle of the day here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then 5 is that point of intersection between the night and the day, both the morning and the evening. And then the 6 and the 7 and the 8 and the 9 represents the evening. The evening finds its, because of the cold, things contract, right? Because of the heat, things expand. You can see the principle of hotness and coldness. The principle of moisture as represented by the sun producing the evaporation, the moon, the water, right? Jupiter ruling over the waters, over the ocean, right? Lightning, product of clouds and water in the atmosphere. So wetness and warmth, coolness and dryness, right? Saturn is pretty dry and pretty cold, right? In terms of its implementing of things. Saturn isn't known for its humor, is it? And when Saturn tells a joke, it's a dry joke, and it's very, what's the word? sardonic. Sardonic humor, is that right? Is that the right word? Like it's a very ironic, maybe harsh. You know, it's not your typical joke like ha ha he. It's a serious, intense, heavy joke. But so we can see how this sort of in itself is an expression of binary. So this whole principle of night and day are expressions of binary, of winter and summer. So you can see that it's almost like you could say that the sunrise and the sunset, right? It's almost like 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And then the so sun coming up, 4, 3, 2, 1, midday, 2, 3, 4, sunset. The point between sunset and sunrise. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, and 9, 8, 7, 6, right? So you can see how these two are rotating around this axis, and how 7 becomes that fulcrum point that connects us to the 4 in this through this axis of the power of light in extension and the power of light in contraction. And so that's why I always see that number 8, contraction, and number 4, crystallization, have that powerful relationship. You can see that same powerful relationship of polarity, right? Of empath, of sensitivity being expressed with number 6, the artist, right? They have that same kind of relationship. And you can see how the optimist has that similar kind of relationship with optimizing and creating an expansive space for all of this to come into being. This is creating an inner space for the contraction to happen in, because contraction is to contract within oneself, you know, to go in, like a flower goes in. It sucks in its life force as opposed to pushes out its life force. So you can see the whole system is a binary system, really, and it all hinges upon Mercury. Mercury seems to be that very powerful, powerful hinge. I don't know if that adds to what you guys were talking about with binary. Hope it does. Sorry, I wasn't here.
Yeah, no, that's good. I feel like there's a lot of couples here, like power couples here on these in this Enneagram, and also within the combinations of the numbers that were in the rows of the Sephirothic labyrinth, tying in with all the different stars within the Enneagram. There's 2 different sets of stars, and they all bring in different things with it. But what you were showing us earlier with the connection between the 2 and the 4 and the 7 and the 3 and the 5 and the 8 is really interesting, because it brings together both of those sets of stars, because the two of the numbers align with one set of the stars, and then another set of 2 numbers align with the other sets of the stars, to make the whole system kind of unite with that illumination you brought in with us there. And I feel like there's a big connection between 2 and 4 and 2 and 5. And it's interesting how in the other Enneagram, they don't show these parts in the lower middle that connect the 2 hemispheres. They leave that part blank in the middle underneath that little figure you have, which is interesting. But you can see a lot of connections when you put those in.
that symbol was created in 1920 by Khrushchev.
Mm,
It never existed before 1920. It was never ever used.
right.
It's a completely new age invention. And
Yeah.
they've redefined numerology in that system as well, completely. But the irony of it is that the Ichazo guy, he claims that he found a book by, what is that guy's name? Ay, 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 ay. Hope I can remember his name. He claims that he found a book by two L's. Is it Ilano? The Chaldean. Let me see if I can find it. Chaldean engram 1000 AD ish. What was his name? Oh, you see, this is my problem. The internet is biased. They're trying to sell us this new age enneagram. They're trying to tell us that he's aligned with this guy. And I'll have to go and find an actual an email where I've recorded some information. Let me see if I can get my Gmail running here. Because it's really, really interesting. When you look at this information, the original enneagram that it claims was the basis for this guy. Let me see if I've got it here. Arika School Ikazo Enneagram Geometry more. His name is Ramon Lul. Right?
Mhm.
Ramon Lul. Now this is the original enneagram of Ramon Lul. Yeah? This is his work. Now, the so-called New Age enneagram is based upon this guy's work. Let me show it here. Right? So that is the enneagram that it says that Ikazo based his enneagram upon. Now, if you try and go and you look for information about the Chaldean enneagram, they're going to try and sell that other crap to you. Now, what can you notice about this enneagram? Right? What he has done, yeah, is he has all of these. I don't know if you can see it, yeah? Yeah, it's on the screen. He has these two enneagrams here, right? He has created these two enneagrams and he has overlaid the third enneagram, this one. The third enneagram being, let me get it for you, this one. Right? Sorry, just let me remove this and put the other one on. So if you add this enneagram, if you add these lines in to this, right? What you're going to end up with is this geometry. Does that make sense? If you really study this geometry carefully, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different lines leading from each point. And there's one that connects to the one before it, which is what I've got in there. Then there's one that creates a triangle. Can you see the triangle being created here by my cursor? And then you've got the other one, which goes there, 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 there. I don't know if you can see my cursor. So basically what you've got is this enneagram overlaid with this 2 enneagrams. You've got 3 enneagrams in place. So that is actually the original enneagram that the so-called Ikazo enneagram is based upon, right? Which you can quite clearly see here represents all three of those enneagrams. Now, here's where it gets interesting. When you go to AI, right, it tells you to look at, I hope you guys can see this, it tells you to go and look at this Ikazo's work, because he's now the father of this Chaldean enneagram, but actually he's taken it completely off of the geometry. Now let's take another look at this original information, which is represented here. And this starts to get quite interesting, right? Notice that the number 8, I hope you can see this one, yeah? You see the K here? The K is the expression of the number 8. You notice it says Gloria, right? What is Gloria? Gloria is looking for glory, looking for success. We find glory by working hard towards getting glory. In a warrior, you've got to train hard. You've got to go out in the front lines. You've got to be the hardest fighter, the strongest Saturn, right? Look here, we see Veritas. Veritas relating. What does Veritas mean, by the way? Does anybody here know?
Truth.
Right. So when we're looking at number 7, we're looking at Veritas. So 7 represents truth. So how did he change that? How did he change that? Number 7 is truth. Who deals in the currency of truth? The mystic. What is the mystic's mission in life? To discover real fundamental truth. To sit and consider. So it has a lot to do with these really fundamental. So when you actually go through this Chaldean enneagram as presented by this guy, who is really like the fundamental. So this is the book by Ramon Klul that is cited by this Ikazo guy as inspiring his enneagram. But have you noticed how he changed the geometry, and he changed number 7, and he slightly changed number 8? And when you start looking at it, you'll go like, he's changed quite a lot. What is the word on the top there? Can you make it out?
Bonitas? Beauty.
What? Beauty, right?
Yeah.
So beauty, what that's an interesting concept. Beauty being expressed. How can that? Can you see the word underneath that?
Bonham.
Barnum. What's that mean?
I don't know.
Interesting how. Be interesting to look at what Barnum means. But you can see how beauty represents altruism on a moral level, right? The altruism of being a humanitarian that's how you become truly a beautiful human being, because you're selfless, you're spiritual beauty. Spiritual truth is number 7. Glory, going towards achieving the glory of success, number 8, Saturn. And so when you start to look at this enneagram, you start to notice, Magnum, number C, that's number 1. That's got to do with like big and like powerful. What's the word at the top? I can't make it out. It'd be interesting to see it all.
Magnitudo.
The one on the top.
Yeah.
Magnituda. So this is like the we're talking about the sun, aren't we? When we're talking about these ideas, magnum, magnituda, this is where all of the powerful solar radiance and the powerful number 1 energy, which is the center, which is basically moving everything around it because of its mass, because of its size and its So when you start to look at the structure of his enneagram, the geometry, even start to look at some of the meanings, they do not add up with this Ikazo enneagram. There's a lot of contradiction here. And the thing that got me to start researching this is when you start looking for anything to do with the ancient Greek enneagram, apparently his enneagram is it's basically the ancient Greek enneagram. So this is what they will tell you. And you want to know what's even more funny? The funding. Oh my gosh. So when you look into the Arcana Institute, right? And you go and you take a good look at it, right? And you're saying who funded the start of the Arcana Institute school in 1968? And I don't know whether you know this, right? But Ikazo, guess how old he was when he invented the system? This might blow your mind. 22.
Wow.
And at either 22 or when he just turned 23, he had an important interview where he presented the system. And after that, he had loads of students who spent 14 years studying with him all over Chile, I think it was. Is it Chile, the country? Or what country it was? What country was he from? Ikazo, what country? Am I getting the country name wrong? I'm sure it was Chile. If it's not, no, it's not Chile, man. I'm talking nonsense. Bolivia. Was it Bolivia? Where was it that he did this work? Yes, it was Chile. It was Chile. So he got 14 students at age 22. This guy was a guru. Right? He had 14 students. 14 years he had students all across Chile that were studying his system, and then it was basically turned into the Arcana Institute. But the Arcana Institute was being formed. He had been pushed into the media at age 22. How connected do you have to be to get in front of the media at age 22 and be pushed as a spiritual master? Doesn't this smell like institutional counterintelligence to you? And then it gets even more interesting. So look at the funding of it, right? The funding is a total mystery, right? It says here that he developed it, and it says, and it is unclear from the provided results who provided the initial funding for its establishment. It says that Ikazo, a Bolivian philosopher, developed this system, and it tells you all about it. But there's no mention of specific financial backers in the search results. So you cannot find anything about where the money came from to set this organization up. But you can see that it's a huge organization and that it had loads of backing because he managed to get in front of a camera at age 22 to present these findings that he had discovered when he was 12. He inherited some books. And some of the books that he inherited was based on the Chaldean enneagram, which he then rejected outright. He took the picture that was drawn in 1920, which was a new idea, which doesn't really contain the origin. Any sacred geometry, as you know, it has to contain the origin. If it doesn't contain the origin, then there's something fundamentally missing. So this new kind of enneagram that they've got presented here, basically the 9 personality types that they've got isn't in alignment with the Chaldean concepts that he apparently is teaching us. The geometry isn't in alignment with the geometry that was presented by the Chaldean system. And this enneagram didn't exist as it's shown here, not the personality types or the geometry in ancient Greece or Chaldea. However, the school says that it's basically the ancient Greek system that's being taught to us, which it isn't, because it actually has nothing to do with the ancient Greek system. The monad was always related to the sun. The monad is the center of the solar system, right? And in their system, when you look at this enneagram system, right, what does the sun represent? It's enneagram system. The sun doesn't represent unity. It doesn't represent the solar perspectives. Oh, of course. So this is this whole huge organization that you've got to surf through in order to get anywhere, to look at anything. And when you look at the interactive9.com, right, what does the sun represent? It's just a strict perfectionist according to this system, right? And it doesn't really hold true when you look at the number 3, 4, and number 5, right? So that what are they calling number 5 there? Is that the quiet specialist and the loyalist of number 6? And number 7 is the what? Enthusiastic. Okay, so yeah, they've at least put visionary on. So this is an offshoot of his system from the integrative 9. But this is not a Kazo's system. They've tried to re-embrace some traditional numerology and put it into the system. So the whole system was sort of built in a very weird way. And the more I look into it, especially the funding, I searched and searched to try and find the funding of this thing. And all you can find is that there's a lot of mystery around how this came to be. But it just blows my mind that a 22-year-old invented the system and ended up in front of a camera doing an interview about it at such a young age. What was I doing when I was 22, 23? So yeah, from my perspective, I find this whole thing seems to smell a little bit of being establishment driven as part of an initiative to maybe resculpt numerology. And it gets interesting because if you look into some of the modern internet versions of numerology, they seem to be changing in alignment with the Enneagram's number system. I find that really interesting. As somebody who's been studying numerology since way before the internet ever existed, to see how they're trying to change certain characters of numbers, it's almost strange to me. But I think the internet is being used to regenerate information and to sort of give us a new dawn, a new perspective, a new square mold to live in. Namaste, dear Mexico. So what are your thoughts on all of this? And are you guys with me?
Yeah, I'm with you on all this. Yeah, this is fascinating. I feel like there's so much more to those old connections from that other star that was missing on the chart, and from all those others imbued aspects with the Latin names. They seem a lot deeper than the simplifications that we have today. There's connections there with that star that make connection between 9 and 4, 4 and 8, 8 and 3, 3 and 7, 7 and 2, 2 and 6, 6 and 1, 1 and 5, 5 and 9. So all these connections, I feel like maybe they were trying to hide that star for a reason. Maybe there's a lot of wisdom to know and understand those connections and see how they play out. It'd be interesting to see how the compatibilities between those numbers play out. And when you look at the 3 different stars, maybe some are showing compatibility factors and some are showing incompatibility factors. Maybe there are different types of compatibilities. It's a very fascinating complexity to bring to the picture. You know, I have to look into that.
Exactly. And the reason I haven't added in the other one, I've only put in 2 here. The moment I add in that last 9-pointed star, it becomes very confusing. I am going to add in, I want to make different transparencies that you can overlay so that you can remove them and put them in. Does that make sense? In order to see, but like you can basically see here the reflections of the 3rd star that we haven't added in yet. And it's something that I thought first presented in a simple way before I add this, because the moment you add this, it gets very complicated. Because here we're looking at, you mentioned something before, right? So number 1, in its connections with, number 1, in its connections with 5, with Venus and Venus and Mercury, right?
Yeah.
So Venus and Mercury have got this very powerful connection. Now, Mercury, as we know, flows around the sun, or pretty much is with the sun all the time. Venus is normally very close to the sun. Venus has got the rising and the setting Venus, which has almost been equated to the mystical rising and setting of the sun because of the 2 faces of Venus, right? The day star and the night star. Mercury and the sun are like very, very closely in tune, because Mercury is the messenger of the sun, you could say. So in our charts, we look at Mercury, like me, my Mercury and my midhaven is in my midhaven in like a total conjunction with the sun. Like it's almost as close as they can get. So that sort of makes me very mercurial, right? Even though I don't have Mercury in my chart specifically, but that makes Mercury in my personality very prominent. Otherwise, I would be dominated by 4 and 1. So that 5 is almost at odds with the 1 in some level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
On sun level, 5 is at odds with the 1. And then we can say the same can be said then for 3 and 8. You see? The expansion of Jupiter and the contraction of Saturn. So 3 and 8 are at odds to a certain degree. And then 4 and 9 are at odds to a certain degree. And so we can then see that 6 and 2 can be considered as being at odds in a certain way, right? On a certain level, the harmony of the artist and the empathy of the moon. The moon can become very self-absorbed, right? In its energy of emotions, where the artist is very much trying to keep a tactful disposition. And then we can see the same relationship between the 7, the mystic, and 3. Sorry, 7, the mystic, and 4, right? Because so you've got these really interesting relationships that are playing out here, and I'm like you say, when you look at this other enneagram, it gives you other keys. And in numerology, you do have these principles of certain numbers that are at odds with other numbers, which is something that actually needs to be also recognized, I think. Like, so we've got the humanitarian of number 9, and we got that hard work going for glory, number 8, which relates to success, generating success at all costs. That inner journey, number 7, which is like understanding the mystical nature of time and space and who I am, self-knowledge, spiritual truths. Number 6, the harmonizer, producing the harmony, acting as the go-between, also wanting to ensure that everything is reflecting the good structure of number 4, but also leading towards the harmonic expression of matter and spirit being in a state of balance for number 8. 6 is the pivot between 4 and 8. And so we see that these principles are not like necessarily all completely, they work together, but they also work against each other. For example, you see the sun and the moon, they also work against each other, right? Being the two legs of this, if you look at it like this. So you could see as well a relationship here where these two reach into an opposite point, if that makes sense. So 1 and 2 reach into an opposite point of 6, right? And 6 can antagonize 2, but 6 can bring the expression of 1 into a positive form. So in the Kabbalah, they often relate the sun to Tiferet, right? But in some older traditions, Mars was related to Tiferet. Isn't that interesting? The altruist. And so, yeah, I think like what you say, without getting lost in too much of the nomenclature, understanding those forces of opposition can give us a better insight to know what it is that we're actually specifically looking at. What do you think, Cosmic? Are you with us?
What's going on?
Opposition. How certain things work in opposition with each other.
Yeah.
Like your left foot and your right foot work in opposition to each other in order to supply locomotion.
Because they both move
And if
in
they weren't
opposite
working in
directions.
opposition, it wouldn't work.
Is that really opposite? I guess that's like a more like literal definition of opposition, where they're like actual legitimate opposites. Well, I think when it comes to opposites, it kind of drives energy into the universe, that the contrast. Because if you think about what really gives energy to colors, it's not just the colors, it's the contrast between the colors, how the reds interact with the greens, how the blues interact with the oranges. In a sense, that's kind of where the sort of the life prana energy, I think, really lies, in a sense.
Exactly. And so we call them complementary, don't we? But they are indeed opposites, because red reflects what green absorbs, and green absorbs what red reflects, right? So they're actually opposites, but we call them complementary because opposites complement each other. So, like, for example, in martial arts, when I'm moving forward, my right foot is propelling me forwards, but my left foot is preventing me from falling forwards. So my left foot is pushing me backwards when my right foot is pushing me forwards. And in fact, this is like one of the secret knowledges of how to generate extreme amounts of power with a strike, is understanding this opposition that works together. Like when you can manipulate this opposition in a really good way, you can generate an incredible amount of force through your rotational axis. And so what you want to do is you want to increase the polarity between the front and the back. So if you strike and you push hard against the front and hard against the back, and you sit into that with that, generating that force of pulling, and then you release that force when you strike with a rotational to capture that energy that's been generated, you can slingshot that energy through a limb to create a powerful punch. Just for example. So these principles of the left and the right leg are like fundamental to martial arts, that they operate in opposition. So when you're walking, the front foot is going forwards, the back foot has got to be like, it's got to be holding all your weight and pushing. And then the front foot's got to be resisting the pressure and capturing your weight when the back foot releases. So they've got to be doing exactly the opposite thing. And when the one is moving frontwards, the other one is moving backwards. Right? So when you're walking forward, relative to your spinal column, your left foot is moving backwards and your right foot is moving forwards. So it's almost like the pedals of a bicycle in a sense, if you think about like walking. And it's not something we normally think about, but the very active action of locomotion represents these yang yin forces of opposition. And like you say, the prana is this spinning that happens because of the process of the opposition. So without that opposition, there wouldn't be complementary potential, because the complementary potential is nothing more than harmonized opposition working together. And that brings us to an interesting point. Is that what we see politically with the left and the right? What do you think? Are they using these subtle principles to keep us walking in a particular direction?
Yeah, I think so. People are being pushed to either side, and it's keeping us from understanding the powers of integration. Understand the differences between ourselves and our strengths and our weaknesses within, and then bring those things into harmony is the real key. And it's not about finding out who your enemy is. It's about figuring out how to patch things up where the correspondence is weak, to strengthen all your different connections.
Welcome back, brother. Did you have a good lunch?
Yes, my lady came back for yes, I thought I would
Sneak that.
thank you. Yes, I did. Do I have food in my teeth or something?
No.
Yeah.
It's just lunchtime past.
See,
It's what I would be doing if I was where you were.
indeed. Sure you
Yeah,
guys
this whole
figured-
Sorry, yeah, do continue, brother.
No, I just was gonna ask you if you guys figured it all out.
We did.
No,
We got it figured, man. No.
just got more questions. That's what I've noticed. Like, the more you go into this, the more questions it's gonna bring into your consciousness. Like, the more you figure something out, the more you have to figure out.
Yeah.
Is somebody watching that channel in the background? Is that your partner,
That's the
Indy?
text. That's the text on my phone. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, is that your text message? That sounded like, who is it? There's this really brilliant guy. I want to shout him out, but I can't think of his name. It's like almost paleo something. And he looks at ancient history, how it's been changed in the Americas. I'll actually find him and recommend him in my recommended channels. I must go and address that.
Archaics.
He's good.
Oh,
He's
I think
good. But the guy I'm thinking about, he's the best. Because he
Cool.
literally gets an old book and reads from that old book to you.
Oh wow, that's awesome. I
Puts
love
the
those.
book in front of a camera and reads it. And you're like, wow. You know?
Yeah.
These guys were writing about this in 1300s and 1500s. And so he really does a lot of homework. But I'll make a point of, it's almost like Kelio or something, his name. But he needs a shout out. I mean, he doesn't need it. He's got loads of people who know him, but like, everybody should know this guy.
Like,
It's
yeah.
very long, very slow, very much number 4. But
Yeah.
the attention to detail is very much appreciated. Like when you're looking at that particular content. One of the things I saw him exposing was how a lot of the, and he uses text to expose this. A lot of the Roman authors of history were the same person writing under a pseudonym, and that pseudonym writing under 2 other pseudonyms, and one of those pseudonyms writing under 3 other pseudonyms. And you go, wow, one person's writing under like 16 pseudonyms, and those are like 15 of the most definitive historians from Roman time. And so he breaks down like 25 of the most definitive, and it turns out there's like 3 or 4 people that it's likely of a royal bloodline. And you go, wow, propaganda, you know? Just to
Yep.
give you an idea of just how much of our history that we take for granted has just literally been created by royal bloodlines that had so much to gain, you know? So it can't be neutral. You know, if you've got something to gain by presenting history, then can it be trusted? It's an interesting concept. So what do you guys think? Is there much that we haven't mentioned? Is there much that hasn't been presented when it comes to numbers? We've looked at the Kabbalah. We haven't looked so much at the Daoist system. We looked at the Yang Yin. Number 4, often being equated to stagnancy, which is why you never give someone from China a clock as a gift, right? You guys know that, yeah? Because
Yeah.
that means I don't want you to be alive anymore. Isn't that interesting? It's like an insult to give someone a clock. I remember I had a Chinese ex-girlfriend. And I was so ignorant. And it was like someone of her family's birthday or something, her Chinese family. I was like, well, like, I saw a really nice, like, clock. I'll never forget the way she looked at me like, are you being serious? I was like, I don't know, what did I say? Did I fart or something? She was like, in China, if you give someone a clock, it means drop dead. I was like, what? Apparently, that's the thing. If somebody gives you a clock and they're Chinese, it means that they basically they want you to, you know, not be alive. So it's a really bad thing. So the number 8, interestingly, in China, is probably, I think it's one of the most celebrated numbers, yeah, in the Daoist system, because it relates to hard work, success, fame, all the things that you get from hard work, yeah. The accolades that come from being like the best of. If you work harder than everybody else, you'll probably be better than everybody else, right? That's sort of the idea at what you do. If you study hard and work hard, you'll probably progress more. I think there's some truth to that. So the 8 is one of the most celebrated numbers. Number 5 is the number of the 5 elements, the number of alchemy. Same in the West. There's that pivotal point of change, movement, rotational axis. So the 5 elements are depicted obviously in the Daoist system as a cross, right? The crossing of the 4 elements in the element of earth, because they're looking at it from the element of earth outwards. And so that represents the ability to alchemize and change things, number 5, which is in alignment with Western numerology. Obviously, number 1 represents in the Daoist system outpouring, powerful, radiant essence, energy. Number 2 represents yang and yin, the powerful potential, the potential of potency, which is the outpouring of number 1, which is now being sort of opened up, if you will, by the presence of 2, which we could say like relates to empathizing, because you're taking that into yourself, and now you've got that potency within yourself, potential. Number 3 in the Taoism represents good luck, the yang, the yin, and the Tao. No? And obviously the fundamental sort of triangle that is formed in manifestation. Number 4 we've covered. Number 7, I think, also represents the celestial. Yeah, celestial potentials. And in much the same way as in India, it does relate to also gaining abundance, the gifts of the spirit, shall we say. That generally leads to Saturn, number 8. Number 9, I haven't really seen much of number 9 in the Daoist system. What do you guys take on number 9? I mean, 9 represents completion, even in the Daoist system. But they don't seem to feature it that much, do they?
It also represents compassion, selflessness,
Yeah.
and idealism.
Yeah, selfless. Exactly. But what I mean is, the Chinese people, just from my knowledge, like, they want to have a number 8 on the top of their door.
Yeah. 8 is like
because they want success,
authority.
money, you know.
achievement. Like, you want to like be an 8, but you want to come across a lot of 9s that are like kind to you. Because if 8s come across other 8s, they're gonna try to be getting each other's abundance.
And 9 cancels things out. Yeah,
Yeah, 9s.
9.
They don't repel each other or attract. They're just kind of neutral. They're kind of good to everybody.
In Vedic numerology, 9 has no enemies.
Yeah.
But in German, you say 9. Yeah,
No.
means no.
Yeah,
Isn't that interesting?
it is.
It cancels out all of the negative effects of all of the other numerations and allows only sort of the most harmonic values to shine through and filter. So they sort of make all other numerations better. And the Vedic numerology is in alignment with the Western numerology. Yeah. Number 7 is highly celebrated in India. Number 5 is highly celebrated in India. 5 is Shiva's number. 4 is Brahma's number. 7 is Lakshmi's number. 6 is Vishnu's number. 3
5 was
is the
Shiva.
Trimurti. Sorry.
Did you say 5 was Shiva?
Yeah, 5 is very much related to Shiva. Is the alchemizing potential, as it is. Hence, you'll find a lot of Shivites will wear mercury in their hair, in their dreads. Yeah,
Yeah.
alchemized mercury. And that's why in India you wear the saffron orange cloth, and that saffron orange cloth is mercury, the color. We see that in Gemini. Yeah. And the other cloth that's worn is amber. And amber is the color of Cancer, in a sense, Cancerian. So it's interesting, that there's a powerful Chandra vibration in that color. Even though Chandra's microcosmic color is essentially blue, right? Different shades of blue, in fairness. Could be seen as violet from a certain school of thought. Could be seen as blue. Normally in Vedic concepts, when they think of the moon, they think of water, they think of silver and white in Vedic circles. But anyway, the whole idea of 7, I digress, relates to Lakshmi, and there's a lot of harmony and an abundance that gives you the potential to move within. And I think there's a subtle ood to once all of the physical, everything else is harmonized, you now have all the potential to go within. And so it's interesting. And number 9 obviously is the whole system. 9 also relates to Durga in a sense. Durga is a feminine representative of the Shakti. And the Shakti has the triple goddess of the Kali, the Shakti, and the Parvati. And they're the 9 embodiments of this goddess of the Durga in the big Durga festivals of one of those festivals came about like 2 months ago. Navratri. So the 9 is very sacred for the actualizing of this triple goddess energy through the 9 aspects of the planetary housal points of the enneagram in their depiction, which is a Saturn square, which is how they draw the horoscopes in India. And obviously 1 is Surya. That's deity Surya. Surya is the sun. Surya is pulling 7 horses. 7 horses are being bound to pull Surya's chariot. So 1 and 7 have a certain opposing element in numerology, Vedic school. Hence, Surya has bound those 7 horses to pull his chariot across the sky. And Chandrama, obviously the number 2 is Chandra. Chandra is the moon. And Chandra is another element that is related to Shiva. Number 5 is striving towards Chandra. Number 5 is striving powerfully towards Chandra. Here you can see the blue line. 5, its feminine path, is striving hard towards Chandra. This relation between the Shiva, the masculine and feminine elements, the one alchemizing potential of the Siddhi, and the inward involving spiral of the empathy that goes into the heart. Hence, in all the stories, Shiva is so anybody can come to Shiva for darshan. There's an endless amount of compassion and empathy there. He's the only of one of the deities that will take the darshan from anyone. It doesn't matter what your past is, or even the Rakshas come to Shiva for darshan, as do the Asuras, the demons. He's like, yeah, you can all come for darshan with me and I'll give you all boons if you do your darshan. So there's that deep current relating to life and death of the moon, representative in the destroyer. The destroyer being that the 5 that destroys the stability of 4 in order to recreate harmony of 6, and the 2 which represents life and death of the moon. So these 2 forces of confluences, they both have this complementary nature, 2 and 5, that work in Shiva. And 3 is Brihaspati. Brihaspati is Jupiter, and Jupiterian qualities. 5 is also related to Ganapati. But Ganesha has also got an affinity with number 3. You see this point of feminine connection here between Jupiter, the boons, and the positive expansion of Ganesha's belly. Yeah, represents the expansion of Jupiter. Though Ganesha holds the 5 gunas, which is really the 5 fundamental powers. The mental powers. And so Ganesha is what removes all of the obstacles that are presented by 4. 4 presents the obstacles of crystallization. 5 removes the obstacles of crystallization so that the harmony of 6 can come into being, thus producing the mystic notions of 7 that will produce the success of 8, so that the completion of 9 in the humanitarian sphere of life can become the next cycle of energy. So I think that pretty much covers all of the Vedic. Am I right or am I wrong? If we
Who do you
left
have
anything out.
covering 6 and 8?
6 is 8 is Shani. Shani is time. Also 8 is also Maya, but Shani as the lord of time is related to the number 8, and obviously this has got to do with the toil and the hardships that we will experience in life, which is what we got to work through. The source and cause behind this hard working that you've got to be constantly moving towards creating success. And 6 is Vishnu. Vishnu is the preserver of life. Krishna, you could say, is an expression of the avatar of Vishnu's potential as number 6. Do I have 6s? Yeah. I used to have 6s and 4s on this mala. I took it apart and I've changed it a few times. I've still got some Brahma Mukhis on this mala. And I used to have my mala structured of 6s and 4s, but I decided to put it into 5s. This one is my Kanti. My Kanti is pure 5s. Because my Kanti isn't a japa mala. A Kanti is just the 33 beads that you wear for your 33 nodes in your spine. But yeah, so I've always had an affinity with 6 and 4. 6 is also the student and the teacher. Yeah. So you would wear a 6 Mukhi Rudraksha if you're a teacher, or if you wish to study, or for legal matters, Vishnu. You would wear a 5 Mukhi Rudraksha for asceticism and developing the Siddhi. You would wear a 4 Mukhi to be in alignment with Brahm, with that rationalism, the rational intellect, which will give you the ability to plan and organize your life and get clarity down the line. A 3 Mukhi, the Trimurti, that represents Jupiter's benedictions, which is the 3 principles, which is like that great powerful Trishul, represented in that Trishul of Shiva that he wields. And the Trimurti represents the triple goddess. On one hand, it represents Rudra, Shiva, and the Mahadev on another level, as it represents the triple, like I mentioned, Shakti, Kali, and Parvati. Parvati is the youthful. Shakti is the inner full form, and Kali is like, you could compare it to the crone, right? The taking of life. So you got that triple goddess. It's the same as you see in Astarte. No, what's the one in Europe? Oh, my brain is getting tired. Anyway, the triple goddess, wherever you find her, the same 3 principles are going to be sort of resplendent wherever you look, representing the crone and the mother and the young maiden as archetype reflections. But it also represents, the Trimurti also represents the Brahma and the Vishnu and the Shiva as the creative force of Brahma, the destructive force of Shiva, and that binding force of Vishnu, which is that sort of preserves the balance between creative and destructive. So Shiva then represents going into the dark. So the rotation here brings us through this dark point where it goes to the mystic, right? Straight to the mystic. And that mystic then brings us to the point of going inwards. And that's where the powers, the Siddhi, are to be discovered. So it all starts at this point here. And this is the relation, why you'll see this Saturnial relation as well when you look at Shani and Shiva. Kakpushundi is Shiva's what do you call it? Shiva's animal familiar. Kakbushundi is one of Shiva's familiars, which is a crow, which is the animal of Saturn. And another one of the familiars of Shiva is the dog of the moon, the wolf, the dog, which is Vairobnath. So Vairobnath, in fact, there's a whole there's loads of temples to Vairobnath up in the upper ranges of Uttarkashi, which is really cool to go and see like dog temples. Because Vairobnath and Kakbushundi are Shiva's two. And so you see that idea of Odin with the crow with Shiva, and the dog with Akkade, the personality of the European. So anyway, that sort of brings us to a full sort of, I think, close of golden ratio. You ask about the golden ratio. The golden ratio is number 5. Number 5 carries the full implements of the golden ratio because the golden ratio represents movement. It represents the functional spiral of life, progression. And that progression, which is represented by the movement and the generation of change and alchemical potential to change, is represented by the number 5 and Mercury. So this is why you see the pentagram is such a beautiful depiction of the golden ratio. In fact, did you guys see the image that I used for round table? Go and look in the round table and you'll see this image of the pentagram projecting a pentagram smaller than itself. If you keep drawing the line of a pentagram, so let's say you draw a pentagram and you keep drawing it across and you let that be a smaller pentagram and you keep drawing the same line across, and you'll find this line of pentagrams that go as a straight line, but they will get smaller and they will get smaller to exactly the golden ratio. So Mercury's pentagram holds the secret to the golden ratio, and hence, you know, he's got both the crescent and the cross representing the forces of contraction and expansion, with the circle representing the connection between these two different principles. So yeah, that's yeah, man, Odin's 2 wolves. But in the Vedic story, it's a dog. But a dog is a wolf, is a wolf, is a dog. It's like, you know, I've got a dog here. He's 60% wolf. I think dogs were bred out of wolves. They're just a domesticated version, essentially, or of what wolves are, effectively. He's a Malamute, so he's like 60% Arctic wolf. I can't take him in the penguin sanctuary because the little old ladies jump over the fences because he's so big. He's really big. He's like 60 kilos. I shouldn't laugh, but like I've got to be careful where I take him because people get scared because they've been shown films with wolves and they see this big Malamute and they think he's aggressive, but he's not. He's a teddy bear. He's a total teddy bear. Like even my boy takes liberties on Ori. And he's just a gentle giant. But anyway, yeah. So that pretty much covers all of that. Have I left anything else out here, dear Indy, or have you stepped away?
No, I haven't stepped away. Yeah, I wanted to mention a couple of different things. The way that people count in modern day. Interestingly, a lot of people have seen Inglourious Bastards, and the Germans count like this with their pointer finger first, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Whereas other folks seem to count with their thumb first. Now, interestingly, in Japan, they start with a full palm, meaning 0, and they count down from 0. I guess so there'll be like 1,
What if I start in the pinky? What does that make me?
2, 3, 4. I don't know where they start from. Probably start from the pinky. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that makes 5. So that's different, right? But the Chinese, they actually count differently. They count like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the first numbers. But for the other numbers, they use a different type of hand symbols. I have written down here somewhere. They use like symbols that seem to represent the Chinese characters, apparently. So the 6 is this. The 7 is this. It's like a pinch or something. Then the 8 is a gun. And the 9 is a hook. And then 10 is cross fingers. And their symbol for 10 is like,
What was 7?
7 is like a pinch or something. Do like a pinch, something like that.
And 8?
And 8 is a gun.
And 9?
And 9 is a hook.
Classic.
Yeah. So I figured I'd mention that. It's kind of different.
I dig the gun for 9, eh?
Yeah. That's about for 8. The gun for 8.
No, sorry, number 8. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild. So the gun's like power. 8 is a power number, like authority. So gun's appropriate.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, and we have like a math discipline called the Restoration was created by Al-Khwarizmi around sometime in the 8th century.
What do you mean when they started implementing the symbol, the round circle, as a 0?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before then, they didn't really write it. They just assumed that there was nothing there. There's nothing to write.
Yeah. Exactly. And his restoration is called the Al-Jabbar in Arabic, which is where we get algebra from. And his name, Al-Khwarizmi, is where we get the word algorithm from. They called him algorithm in Latin. So it's an interesting development. We can get to math in another show. It's a whole other thing.
That is interesting because apparently when they arrived from the Arabic world in Spain, they taught architecture and everything because of the Crusades, everything had been lost. Is that right? Like basically the church went out and burnt books, but they didn't know what they were burning. So they were burning like how to build a building, how to build a toilet. And then they were executing everybody, and they were like, dude, you just executed the plumber. Oh. And then they're like, they didn't have plumbing. Does that add up when you look at history? That in Spain there just wasn't any plumbing or anything?
I feel like it was the Breatharians. They were Breatharians, and then they took away our practices to be Breatharians, and they didn't have any facilities for that because they never needed them. But if they did, it's a strange story. They claim that there was buckets that the servants would just bring outside and sometimes pour into like reservoir waters and stuff. They weren't really too smart about it, apparently, according to the historical stories, which I'm not buying. It's not adding up to me. I don't know. Mind Unveiled has some good shows on that.
Was it the Hun? No, not the Hun. I'm talking nonsense. They were the Moors that went into Spain. Is that right?
Yeah, they claim to have conquered the Spanish really quickly. They had a small faction, and they went in there and took over really fast. It seems suspect. Maybe there was like an internal coup, and then they had brought in more reinforcements. Seems more likely.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of history that we've got to really look at. It's a sad world where you can't trust your history books.
It is.
You know, like the Tartari history. That was, I saw it in a book, like a encyclopedia. You know, the encyclopedia was from the 1800s. I think it was the end of the 1800s. Was it early 1800s? I can't remember exactly like the dates, but I just remembered it was this really, really old book. It was like more than 100 years. It was like an ancient book. Yeah. Centuries old. And there it was. And I didn't know what I was reading. I thought, oh, I went to school and said, what happened to Tartaria? Or Tartari, or whatever it was called. I think that's what it was called, Tartari. They were like, it doesn't exist. I was like, what do you mean it doesn't exist? I've got an encyclopedia at home. They were like, no, it never existed. And I was like, went back home, looked at this encyclopedia. This is a legit encyclopedia. It's like really, really old.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't have made up false information and stuck it in an encyclopedia. And it wasn't a reference. It was like, it had a chapter, right? I mean, it had its own, it wasn't a paragraph. It was like 20 or 30 pages about Tartaria. Yeah? It had a whole section in this encyclopedia about the demographics, about the work population, about what mine and resources Tartaria had, and their social systems and their religious systems and their political systems. And like, it had all that boring crap that I wasn't really interested in as a child. And I only found it by interest because I think, if memory serves, I had come across Tartarus in occult texts. And I wanted to understand what's Tartarus. So I thought, oh, there's an encyclopedia, look it up. And I found this Tartari, and I was like, this isn't what I'm looking for. But I was like, this is interesting. They didn't show us this in geography class. Yeah. So I went to school and I said to the geography teacher, what's this story about Tartari? Like, what's this? Like, why don't we know about it? And then I was told it was a conspiracy theory. And I was like, I just couldn't equate in my brain how that's possible, you know? So I started doubting, like, well, I basically started disbelieving them. I was like, no, you people are lying. Sorry. Like, can't buy it. Anyway, peeps, I hope you guys have all enjoyed the show. It was a lot of fun. I hope you're all going to have a great day. Take it easy. Keep smiling. Keep the joy around. It was an honor being on here with you guys, with Cosmic and with Noble Intent. And I think I like that we looked at different aspects of the numbers. What do you think? Are there bits that we want to come back to in another stage, a later stage? You mentioned just now the numbers.
Interestingly, the Incan culture didn't have any writing system, but they had this knot system, which they called a kipu, and they would make a series of knots. And it was, I believe it was a base 10 number system. And so they would have like a series of knots on the bottom. They would loop the rope and then tie a knot for like 1 through 9. Then they would go up a little bit, and they would tie number 1 through 9. And that would be like the second digit. So if they had like a 4 on the second part and like a 1 on the first part, it'd be 41. And so that's how they did their numbers. And they would keep track of like their crops, their finances.
Is that South America?
Yeah, the Incans in South America.
You said Incans. I'm just checking.
There's the Incan culture. There's the pre-Incan culture, which really built the megalithic structures there. But the Incan culture was probably the ones that had the quipus. Although it's gone back, yeah, may have gone back to the old world civilization. I'm not sure. You could have passed it down.
That makes so much sense. Because, what's going on with my phone? Let me turn the volume off. That makes so much sense as like a really visceral way, you know, of putting numbers into something that you can touch.
Yeah.
You know?
Be cool.
Because, like, otherwise, how are you going to? There must have been a very tactile people.
Yeah.
What
Definitely
an
so.
interesting civilization. So, was that a civilization before we needed words?
I think so.
When we were still telepathic and tactile and able to, like, touch someone and feel what they're feeling and know what they know and share information through touch with each other? What an interesting concept to communicate. Like, you put your hands on each other and just feel each other's vibrations and just sort of know what's going on. And it's like lovers do this, right? A man and a woman. Like when they're getting down to do the funky. There's a lot of touch involved and a lot of communication through touch. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you,
Agreed.
dear brother.
Mhm.
Been an honor as always. And I like that idea with that culture with the knots. We probably should go and look at those really ancient cultures at some point. It actually involves me having to do research, which is something else. I'm a lazy bugger. But it's probably good. It's probably good to go and take a look and see what we can dig out. And a lot of the old Turkey monuments as well. Probably want to look at those and see what kind of numbering systems they were using there. Thank you all for being here. It was an honor. Sending you all big love, big blessings. And I loved what you guys were saying in the chat. There was some really interesting information coming out. And Vincent, as always, love it, brother. Entertaining and informative. And yep, that's where we're at. The 0.3, the 33. You can't escape that, can you? It seems to be that fundamental third of the 10, but it's also the 3 and the 3 and the 3 recurring. It's the 9 coming back to be. So it's like how 9 becomes 10. It's really interesting. But yeah, big love and blessings to everybody. Take it easy. Keep smiling. Have a great, great week. And till next week, Om Shanti. Big blessings.
Blessed be.
Love and peace.
Boy, I can never my silent nights.